Yes, I think we are live now. Good evening, everyone. I would like to begin with a quote from Sir David Attenborough. It quotes, "It seems to me that the natural world is the greatest source of the excitement, the greatest source of visual beauty, the greatest source of intellectual interest. It is the greatest source of so much in life that makes life worth living." Recently, Sir David Attenborough celebrated his 94th birthday. At this age, if he still cares about the nature and is still working for the nature, I think we have a greater responsibility at our side as well. Thank you to each and every one of you who are joining us today. We are delighted to welcome those who have been attending our events regularly and those joining us for the first time. Today, we begin with a 2-day online certificate course on environmental crimes and conservation studies. In this event, we will have lectures by academics and professionals who have a ton of experience and expertise in areas related to environmental crimes and conservation studies. Thank you very much for listening, and let's welcome Professor Sahni. Dr. Sanjeev Sahni is the advisor to the Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University and the member of governing body for the university. As a founding member of the management team, he was instrumental in establishing the university in the year 2009, along with the Vice Chancellor. Dr. Sani is the Principal Director of Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences. He also serves as a professor in the university and also the Director of Center for Victimology and Psychological Studies, Center for Leadership and Change, Center for Community Mental Health, and Center for Criminology and Forensic Studies. Dr. Sani has recently been nominated as a member of board of directors of International Society of Criminology. Dr. Sani is also Director General India of International Forum on Crime and Criminal Law in the Global Era in Beijing, China since 2015. Dr. Sani is a distinguished scholar in the field of psychology, and his research interests span of the area of criminal psychology, cognitive neuropsychology, competency mapping, organizational development, and leadership. With 14 books to his credit, some of the recent ones are The Death and the Penalty, published by Springer Nature, Internet Infidelity and Interdisciplinary Insights in the Global Context, Springer Nature, Piracy in the Digital Era, Springer Nature, Maximizing Human Potential Through Behavioral Competencies, 100 Core Competencies, Bloomsbury, Strategic Compensation Management and Design, Bloomsbury, and Conflict, the Police and the People, LexisNexis, and has published more than 35 articles in international and national index journals and about 20 book chapters. Welcome, Dr. Sani, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ullas. First of all, I must congratulate Ullas for organizing this. He's a member of our Center for Forensic Science and Criminology. You must be wondering why this Center of Forensic Science and Criminology is in the Institute of Behavioral Sciences. It should be a part of the law school. It should be part of the environmental school, but why in behavioral sciences? I have an answer for it because in 1987, I did my master's in criminal psychology. So probably that was the first batch. So this is like 34 years back. And since then, I was wondering, we have, a lot of system in terms of whenever certain crimes happen, we have a criminal justice system, we have a legal system, we have prisons in place. But do we have a system to transform the behavior of criminals? I guarantee you, you travel to any prison in our country, you will not find one psychologist. Yes, they are hiring yoga experts or some other people, but a full-time psychologist is not available. Now, it is the mindset, It is the behavior. It is the mentality. It is an attitude which drives me to a criminal behavior. Now, how we can ignore that? Why people indulge in crime? While people indulge in piracy, while people indulge in environmental crimes, why people, in spite of knowing, they don't care for conservation studies? Why? It's a behavioral approach. Yes, behavioral can be modified all through the life. First, parents, if I see my parents are indulging in any kind of white collar crimes or blue collar crimes, chances are very high, probability is high according to all research, that I may indulge into the criminal activities. Why, although it is not my field, but why I was very keen to speak only for 5 minutes, I want to tell everyone over here that I belong to Himachal Pradesh. And in Himachal Pradesh, as you know, it's a very remote area, and my village having a population of probably about 300 people, and we are lucky that we have got electricity probably 6-7 years back. Now there, the mentality of the people is that this forest belongs to us. The animals which are roaming around in the forest belongs to us. They can kill them. They think that it is their property. And I see that day and night. And if I start educating them, they said, our great-grandfathers, great-fathers, and everyone indulge into it. Why you are teaching us something different? So when ULAS proposed this particular course, certificate course on environmental crimes and conservative studies, I immediately realized my link with a very small forest area in Himachal Pradesh. And believe me, I could not change that. And, there are a lot many things, because when I was to speak over here, I also did little research, although ULAS helped me quite a lot in putting certain points for me, but I never heard the word green collar crimes. Yes, I know gray collars, blue collar, and white collar. Being a criminal psychologist, green collar crimes, and whether it's a government, rather I would say it is the education system in my country. I'm not talking about the top good schools in Delhi, those who have an environmental propaganda and march. Thank you very much, they are doing it. But how we can educate where exactly the environmental crimes are happening. So I'm very grateful to Center of Forensic Science and Criminology that for organizing this. One of the reasons, we thought that it is important that we should do it as certificate course. Those who are going to attend it, they will get certificate as well. Now, how we can, if I need to talk about the environmental crimes, to meet the scale of this threat, which is prevalent at the moment, a broad ranging targeted effort must be put forward so that peace and sustainable development can prevail. In an era of anthropogenic driven global ecological collapse, which we can all see that, academic disciplines must pay increased attention to ecological disorganization, ecosystem destruction, and excessive production and consumption, which is primary objective of this course. So when we thought that we are going to deal with this, and how many, what kind of objectives are there. So the first objective which came to our mind was to bring awareness on the most imminent threats to the environment conservation. But I have an issue over here. The people who are sitting here, over 150 people right now. How much we have? We have 150 people. Now these 150 people are already having an awareness, but it is our duty to spread more awareness, even if we take a responsibility to make at least 100 people in my life more aware about environmental conservation, we will achieve this objective. The second objective is introduce applied and multidisciplinary areas of environmental crimes and conservation studies. I'm glad one of the top, resource persons could agree to participate. I'm very thankful to Traffic India that they are also on the board, and they will all talk about the multidisciplinary areas of environmental crimes. The third was promote research and development in conservation studies. Yes, I will put more stress on this, that there is although people talk about, but people who are, those who have got this information and they are aware of this, those people have a knowledge, they, talk about it. But if I say, I don't have a statistics, but probably 10, 12, 15, 20% people are aware, but we need to make them aware, and we also need to promote research. So in General Global University, we have an environmental school where they are indulged into the lot of research activities. And the fourth and the last one is to enhance collaboration at the global level, because we want to learn from people, and we also want people to collaborate with us, educate with us, and so on. Environmental crimes encompass a broad list of illicit activities. I'm sorry, in fact, most of you are fully aware of it, but just to repeat that, like illegal trade in wildlife, smuggling of ozone depleting substances, which is ODS. Very few people, you go to the market, ask people, go to any school class 11th, 12th, where they don't have a subject of environmental science. I doubt it anybody will be able to let us know about ozone depleting substances. Illicit trade of hazardous waste. We live in Delhi and we come to the Sonipat in I don't know which chunk is called. We could see a lot of waste, and we see it's keep on burning as well. Unregulated and unreported fishing, which again, most of the people are not aware of it, and illegal logging, which is very prevalent in my state, Himachal Pradesh, and trade in timber also is prevalent in my state. On one side, environmental crime are increasingly affecting the quality of air, water, and soil. And this is a threatening to our species survival and causing uncontrollable disasters. Environmental crimes also impose a security and safety threat to many people. They have a significant negative impact on development and the rule of law. Despite these issues, these are, I'm sure, in next 2 days, we are going to deliberate on this. But environmental crimes often fail to promote the appropriate governmental response. I'm sorry to say that, although we have ministries, although there is a lot of budget on this, and I really wonder, because as I said, I'm from Himachal Pradesh, I've virtually seen the forest guards. They don't have even a stick in their hand. And we all know certain cases where Bollywood heroes were involved, and then we know that how the law it was twisted to favor them. So, I am little concerned about the governmental response and even the criminal justice system response as well. Often perceived as victimless and incidental crimes, environmental crimes frequently rank low on the law enforcement priority list and are commonly punished with administrative sanctions, often unclear and low. An additional byproduct of environmental crime is that it undermines peace. It is not surprising that the UN Security Council has recognized the serious threat to security posed by environmental crime, with UN reports pointing to armed groups and potentially even terrorists sustained through the spoils of this rising criminal industry. We are, Indian Institute of Behavioral Sciences is probably the only university and institute who has represented UNODC many times. And every year we generally go and we talk about, and I want to tell you, if there are probably from 180 countries, there are assumed that there are like 1,000 research papers or discussions are happening. I would say hardly 5%. Again, these are not actual statistics. These are my observations. Hardly 5% would be on environmental crimes. We need to give much more emphasis on it. I'm glad that I want to put it on record the outstanding contribution of my dear friend Maulika. She works in WWF, who helped us to organize this particular certificate program. I also want to thank Dr. Vipin Vijay Nair and Ms. Paulami Bhadra of Center for Forensic Science and Criminology for organizing such a relevant topic, which we all would like to learn more from the experts. I would like to thank in the next 2 days, I'll just take 1 minute. I want to thank Dr. Saket Badola, who's from Traffic India. He is heading that. Dr. Tarini Mehta, she's our own faculty member, very intellectual. Dr. Meredith Glore, Dr. Karthik Satyanarayan, and Dr. Oroya Kuros. So they are wonderful in their own research. And thank you very much once again, Ullas. And I'm looking forward to learn next 2 days from the certificate course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Vipin.
Thank you very much, Ullas, and thank you, Professor Sani, for the inaugural address. And I think you have encouraged all the participants in terms of why this particular certificate course is essential. And I believe in the next 2 days, it would be really essential and informative for all of them. So now we'll proceed to our keynote address. We have with us Dr. Saket Badola. I will just introduce him briefly, and he has been kind enough to provide his information in a very brief manner, and I believe his experience in Indian Forest Service and Conservation Service would be extensive. Yes, Professor.
Vipin, before you introduce him, I want to thank Saket as well as Tarini. These two people were not, well health-wise. In spite of that, they are with us. That talks about how passionate they are in their field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I duly acknowledge in challenging time, Dr. Saket has agreed to join us. And to introduce Dr. Saket is Indian Forest Service officer from Uttarakhand cadre. He is currently on deputation to WWF India, working as country head of Traffic. Traffic is an international wildlife trade monitoring network with its presence across the globe. Before taking up this prestigious assignment, he served as Deputy Conservator of Forest in various forest divisions of Uttarakhand and as a Deputy Director of Corporate Tiger Reserve. Dr. Badola has a postgraduate degree in veterinary service sciences and has extensive experience in wildlife conservation, protected area management, wild animal rescue, managing human-wildlife conflict, engaging communities with conservation, as well as policy formation. He also has contributed to field of the conservation study and environment by his writing, publication, and also guiding advanced research in wildlife conservation. So today, Dr. Saket is with us, and he would be sharing a keynote address on illegal wildlife trade and its impact on human well-being. I would request all our participants to drop in questions whenever they would feel they would want to inquire from Dr. Saket in the chat box, and we will take up the question at the end. We'll have 30 to 35 minutes of keynote address from Dr. Saket, and we'll dedicate 10 minutes or so for question and answer. Over to you, Dr. Saket. Thank you very much for joining in for the keynote address.
Thank you very much, Vipin. I was not aware that you'll be reading such a long note about me. But anyway, thanks to Ullas and thanks to Professor Sahani for setting the tone. As Professor Sahani rightly mentioned that conservation or environmental conservation is one thing, or environmental crimes are something about which we don't talk much. And we are, means in fact, that is what is impacting everyone's life. Right now, if we see the kind of situation we are in, that is the one reason that why we are in is because of the way we treat environment. During my presentation, I'll be, as the title says, I'll be talking mainly on illegal wildlife trade and its impact on human well-being. So normally the flow of presentation should have been that what we have, what is driving us towards this, and what are the impacts of this. But I'll be slightly twisting this because I feel that what we are going through should be highlighted, and then only we'll be able to link where we are heading to. But before I start my presentation, let me thank OP Jindal Global University for having this session and this certificate course on a very apt topic, and for us as Traffic, we are associated with this as a knowledge partner, so we are very proud for that. Thank you very much. I'll be sharing my screen. Vipin, you need to tell me when you can see that.
It is visible, sir.
Now it's in full screen mode, right?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Thank you. And to all the participants, as Vipin said, that I'll be talking, or I'll be trying to finish in 30-35 minutes, and you can have questions after that. I'll be happy to answer those questions. But as has been discussed, that probably we don't realize that what we are losing. But before that, even I think we don't realize what we have. Just a minute. Okay. So let's start the discussion, and this will be a very free-flowing discussion. I would say that whatever I have experienced, seen, I'll be discussing that. Please come forward for questions, or if you want some clarifications towards the end of the presentation. So let's start with what we have. This is the wildlife map of India. First of all, we need to appreciate that we live in a uniquely beautiful country, which is known as India. Okay, as the wildlife map of India shows, that every part of India, every corner, nook and corner of the country is rich with wildlife. And we need to appreciate that we have only approximately 2.8% of global landmass, while we have approximately 15-16% of global population. And it's not just global population, human population. We also have about approximately 14-15% of livestock population also. So with so much of pressure on this land, we are really proud that we have still been able to manage or protect lot many species. In fact, only one major species which we have lost in recent times is cheetah. Other than that, approximately all species, or almost all species, we have been able to protect. In fact, number of species, number of major species of numbers of major species, the total number, they are increasing, whether it is tigers, leopards, anything. So we should be really proud of it. So as the statistics shows that we have approximately 6 to 8% of global biodiversity, and we are one of the 17 mega biodiverse countries, which mean that the species which are found in our country, they are not found in many of the species, they are not found in other part of the country. And the kind of biodiversity, which means congregation of different species and at one place, the kind of congregation we have, very few countries globally have that kind of congregation. And that's why we are one of the 17 mega biodiverse country with 4 biodiversity hotspots. Okay. And we have a very good history of conservation also, right from good old days of Chanakya and going past that, we have Abhyaranya, the concept of Abhyaranya, which is conserving forest areas, protecting forest and animals. So we have that kind of conservation history. We should be really proud of. That's what we are doing. But what is impacting us, we should also be aware about that. and which is the kind of biodiversity loss which we in country and also globally, which we are having, is unprecedented. Human history has never seen the kind of biodiversity loss which it is seeing now. It's not there that there were no extinctions earlier. There is a natural flow of extinction which happens. Okay, but right now the kind of extinction of species which we are seeing is approximately 10,000 times more than the natural rate of extinction, and all of this is driven by human beings. So all this extinction, majority of this extinction, is human driven or anthropogenic driven. These statistics are enough to say WWF brings out a very wonderful report which is known as Living Planet Report. The 2020 edition of Living Planet Report told us that up to 68% of species which are being studied under that report, we have lost them in last 50 years. So you can just understand the rate with which we are losing these species. Also, we are, in fact, we are polluting, or we are impacting, or we are destroying almost all habitat, whether it is terrestrial habitat, whether it is marine, whether it is air, everything. Because of our actions we are destroying. So as it says that 75% of Earth's ice-free land surface has already been altered significantly, and we have approximately 85% of wetlands we have already lost. So just imagine that we only have now 15% of the wetlands which we used to naturally have. So that is the level of destruction which human beings have imposed on the planet Earth. So we need to understand this first. This is one very, just to again highlight my point that what kind of destruction we are going through. This is a very interesting experiment which few scientists in Germany did. Okay, what they did, the first flask in which you see a lot of, these are insects which are packed inside this. So what they did in 1994, they kept a few insect traps in protected areas, in 63 protected areas across Germany. And whatever insects they could get in a specific period of time, they just collected them and they packed them in flask number 1. Okay, they repeated the same experiment in 2016. Same experiment, same area, and these are protected areas, and they just kept those traps, insect traps, and whatever insects they could get, they collected and packed it in the flask, and this flask number 2. So you can just imagine, just see that the kind of destruction we have already done to this planet. The number of insects which have come down, and we know that insects are very important. Only yesterday we celebrated a World Bee Day. Okay, and bees are responsible for approximately 70% of pollination of all agriculture crops, fruit crops, which are produced on the surface of Earth. We can very well imagine that if bees are lost, okay, means bees is just one insect. If bees are lost, it is estimated that if within 4 years,
Dr. Saket, you are on mute, I think. I think you have to, yeah, okay. Now it's fine.
Sorry. So somehow host muted me, that message came up. Okay, anyway, I was saying that only yesterday we celebrated World Bee Day, which means that bees are responsible for 70% of pollination of agriculture across the globe. And if we lose them, if we happen to lose bees, we have already seen there is a drastic reduction in the number of bees, but then it is estimated that within 4 years, we will have no agriculture left across the country, and you can very well understand across the globe, and you can very well understand that what will happen after that. So that is the pressure which human beings have put on the wild or the environment as on today. Okay, so this decrease was 70% drop in the insect biomass in this experiment. Okay, now if these are not enough to I would say convince you, then I think this particular slide will certainly convince you. And we all know that what is this? This is coronavirus, and we all are being impacted in one way or another way because of this. And this also has link with illegal wildlife trade. This also has link with the way we are treating environment, the way we are treating other species also. I'll come to that. Why I say there is a link is because still the jury is still out that how this coronavirus jumped from which animal, from which animal to humans. It is fairly known that it originated in bats. There has to be an intermediate host, another animal to which it jumped, and then jumped to human beings. So jury is still out to identify which is this intermediary host. But one thing is very clear, that it is a zoonotic disease. Now, what I mean by zoonotic disease is that these are the diseases which in fact, which are animal diseases which get transmitted to human beings. So zoonotic disease get transmitted from animals to human beings. Okay. Now, the I would say the good thing and bad thing about zoonotic diseases are that zoonotic diseases are not new. Okay, it is estimated that approximately 75% of new and emerging diseases are zoonotic in nature, which is they have a connect with animals. Now, when I say animals, it includes wildlife also, and it includes the domestic animals also. But out of these 75 new and emerging infectious diseases, which are originating from animals, 70% of these are originating from wildlife. Okay. So, as I said, there are good points and bad points also. Good point is these pathogens, they rarely come to us. They don't come to us on their own. Either we go to them. Okay. How we go to them? In a way of encroachment. Suppose we encroach an area where these animals are happily living. These diseases are not impacting them because they have naturally evolved to resist these diseases. But when human beings who are not, who has not evolved in a way that we can resist these diseases, when we go to these areas through encroachment, through land use change, through deforestation, we get impacted by these diseases. Nipah virus, Zika virus, Ebola virus, these are examples where encroachment, change in land use, or deforestation has led to exposure of human beings to these diseases. The second mode is, as I said, that they don't come to us on their own. Either we go to them or we bring them home. How we bring them home is wildlife trade. When we go buy some product, or we kill an animal, wildlife species, we eat them without following proper hygienic conditions. So then we are also impacted with them. And SARS, MERS, and COVID-19, these are examples where wildlife trade was involved, that how these diseases jumped from animals to human beings. Okay. Now, so what is the current status of illegal wildlife trade? Okay, you will be surprised if you already don't know that illegal wildlife trade is fourth largest criminal activities across the globe. We were talking about crime and other things. So if you leave aside um, drugs, human trafficking, small arms, then illegal wildlife trade is the fourth largest criminal activity across the globe. And if we include other environmental crime also into this, okay, I'm talking especially about illegal wildlife trade, but we include other environmental crime also, about which Dr. Sahani was speaking, then this becomes even bigger. It fuels corruption, it threatens biodiversity, as we have seen, and it increases public health risk, like we all are going through this. But that's what is happening. The next question which comes to our mind is, aren't there any regulations to control this? I would say there are good regulations, and pretty good. We have a Wildlife Protection Act, we have a Biodiversity Act, Customs Act, and there are DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade Regulations, to control poaching and also trafficking. Okay, international trafficking or trade is being governed by CITES. I'm sure that you will be told during your sessions about these, but I can just assure you that we have very good regulations, rules and regulations are in place. Only problem is its execution, and the other problem is that this trade is very dynamic in nature, so it changes its forms very easily, and I'll be coming to all of those one by one. Okay, this gives an example about this is just an example that how the world is getting connected because of illegal wildlife trade. You might be knowing, or if you don't know, this is an animal which is known as pangolin. Okay, there was one study which was conducted by Traffic globally, and this is the map which we got, frankly, that how pangolins are being traded across the globe. Pangolins are mainly found in Asia and Africa. 4 species in Asia, 4 in Africa. But as you can very well see, that these animals are traded across the globe. So that is the status of illegal wildlife trade, which is happening right under our nose. We don't realize that, and hence we don't stop it. So our aim is to make everyone aware that this is what is happening. Okay, and I come from Forest Service, as Vipin told you. In my, I would say, last 15 years or so, walking in forest and prime forest areas, I have only encountered pangolin twice in my life. Once a live pangolin, once a dead pangolin, roadkill. Okay, but the kind of seizures which are happening across the globe, you will be surprised. There will be like 18 tons of pangolin scale, 12 tons of pangolin scales seized, and 12 tons means approximately 6,000 pangolins were trapped and killed. So you can very well imagine what is going under our nose, and we are not even aware about this. But the next question comes is, what drives all this? Okay, so I'll be coming on the drivers of illegal wildlife trade. There are four major drivers. I call them 4F. Like the first is faith, second is fashion, third is food, and fourth is fun. I'll be dealing with them one by one. So these are demand side, and positive means they fuel demand. Then there are negative side problems also, which is enforcement side. And when I say negative is because these things are not working, and that's why we're not able to control them, which are like limited capacities. The trade, as I said, is very dynamic. It is very organized and transnational crime, which you don't realize, frankly. And third is there are legal lacuna also. So I'll be coming to them one by one. Okay. First of all, as I said, faith. So there are several traditional medicine system. There are several faith which is there in local areas, which feel that a species of animal or a product from an animal can be used as a medicine to treat some of the species which we have. And now if you go to the list of animals and animal products which are used for traditional medicine system, it is long. We in India are fortunate because our traditional medicine system is Ayurveda, which is primarily dependent on plant products. There are some animal products also into that, but primarily it depends on plant products. But other traditional medicine systems like traditional Chinese medicine system, traditional Tibetan medicine system, they all depend heavily on wild animals, and every part and every product of these animals are being used. For tigers, every part of tiger is being used in TCM, traditional Chinese medicine system, which is known as, and even as it is written here that out of several species of bats, okay, 64 species of bats are killed and used as medicines. Even feces of bat, they are also used in different formulations of traditional medicine system. Unfortunately, this market is growing at a speed of 10 to 20% approximately, and Europe and US are also becoming new markets for traditional medicine system, which is putting pressure on our wild animals. Okay, this is one example which I wanted to give, that how this faith and how wrong I would say dependence on faith leads to. This is rhino horn. Okay, so rhinos are mainly found in Africa. A small population is also found in India in Kaziranga, but that's very small population. But major rhino populations are in Africa. Now, in approximately in 2008 or so, I would say killing or poaching of, or the demand of rhino horns came down, was very less. It came down very less. Hardly approximately 200 animals per year were killed. Okay, that is approximately one animal, but you might say that one animal is being killed, but that was nothing as compared to the demand which we are seeing now, which is approximately 2,000 animals are being killed every year for their horn. Okay, now how this happens, rhino horn. Okay, it is this photograph is a rhino horn. Rhino horn is nothing but a bunch of hair. Okay, so that's what they have. Okay, but there is a belief that this rhino horn products are used for treating several diseases. So in 2008, approximately in 2008 around, a millionaire in Vietnam, he came out and he told that his cancer got treated because of rhino horn. He was having something product made of rhino horn. Now that created a lot of problem for rhinos. Reason is Vietnam is one of the fastest growing economy in that area. Okay, and due to different reasons, Vietnam also has a very high cancer rate, which is cancer prevalence in its population. So which means they have money, they are millionaires, and they have problem, and they are ready to pay anything to this. So suddenly rhino horn market increased because of a faith which is, as clearly we can say, that is a wrong faith, because there is nothing but this is just a bunch of hair, nothing. if they are producing some result, our bunch of hair, if they are consumed, they will also produce same result because they are same protein, which is keratin. But because of this wrong faith, suddenly the demand of rhinos increased, rhino horns increased, and rhinos are being poached now. So that's how things change. Okay. The other problem with faith, or the other issue of faith, is occult practices. Okay. All these tantric, which we have seen, this we have seen in India also. All tantric things, all occult practices, they somehow they say that if you, the more unique thing they require, they feel that their puja or their worship will be more effective. So several species of animals, of wild animals, are being targeted because of occult practices or because of black magic. Owls, snakes, pangolins, everything is being consumed, is used. And because of this, the demand for these products are increased. During Diwali time, owls are being demanded in in national market in India in large numbers, because people feel that they are Vahan of Lakshmi, and if they are sacrificed, then probably Lakshmi won't go from their house. So it is as absurd as that. Okay, but that's what is happening. Another problem is fashion. Okay, so we know that skins of tiger and leopard, they're being used for fashion. This gentleman in the middle, this photograph is from Tibet. A famous NGO got this information, got this report done, and they realized that in Tibet, people wear these tiger skins, leopard skins, in a form of a traditional dress, which is known as chupa. And that's why many tigers from all across the tiger range countries, and India has a large population of tigers. Tigers are getting killed so that some rich person in Tibet can show off this. So that is how fashion leads to killing of wild animals. Thankfully, this has come down. This was taken up with Dalai Lama, and Holy Dalai Lama appealed to them, everyone, and it is now said that the consumption of tiger or leopard skins for wearing or for fashion has come down. But this is how it leads to. Okay, what is the result of that? Traffic again did analysis of tiger seizures, and we found that between 2000 and 2018, more than 2,359, more than 2,000 tigers were poached, and they were seized. So, and you can very well understand that the seizures are a fraction of what actually is happening. But this gives the impression that what is the scale of tigers poaching is still prevalent across the globe. And you can very well see that in India, because we have large population of tigers, but we are among number one where tigers are being killed and poached. Okay. Same thing is happening with leopards also. Again, we see that leopards are found everywhere, but again, their demand for their products, their skin is so high that they are being poached. A report was done by Traffic few years back, and we found that in India, this is an India-specific report, that in India, every week, 4 leopards are being killed just for their products or their skin. So that is a scale. Okay. Again, fashion, we know that elephants are being targeted for their tusks, which fetch good price and international market. But as I also said, that this is a very dynamic trend. Okay, so we can also see that we can also understand that their skins are also being used now for making these beads. They are fashion beads and they are known as blood beads, but their skins are also being used for this. Again, a major threat. Again, another problem or another driver of illegal wildlife trade is food. Okay, several traditional and luxury foods, people want to try a different taste, and several of our wild animals are being killed because of this. There are more than 400 markets in India where clandestinely, because wildlife cannot be sold openly, it is illegal to sell it, but it is estimated that in approximately 400 markets across India, wild animals are being killed and they are being sold. There are problems like unhygienic condition, quarantine protocols, unsafe upkeep of this, unsafe transportation. So everything leads to problems which we talked about earlier. Okay. Then the other one is fun. So several of these animals, especially turtles, especially other small animals, mammals, butterflies, they are just collected and they are used for fun or just to show off. So that is again illegal. Mind you, there are many people who are attending this call. Keeping any Indian turtle or tortoises in their houses are illegal, and you can land up in trouble. So don't do that if you're doing that. Again, food. Uh, so I can talk about this, but probably again, marine species are also focused. They are also used for food, and they are being trapped. Several sharks are being killed just for their fin, because their fin are used to make a soup, a kind of soup, which is very popular in Southeast Asian countries. So many sharks, thousands and thousands of sharks are killed just for their fin, so that the people there can eat that soup. So they are also killed for that. I will also talk about the new facilitators of illegal wildlife trade. This is very important, especially for the young colleagues who are joining here. Two things which are creating increasing problem for us now is to control this is easing transportation and also expanding internet. Okay, now expanding transportation or supply chain and the financial infrastructure which we are building is creating a new problem for us, because the globe is shrinking fast. The courier services are penetrating everywhere. There are options of digital payments. India's transport sector is increasing at a very fast rate. In fact, our domestic airline sector is one of the fastest growing sector across the globe. And then the digital payment has made things very simple. And there are a lot of animals which are seen using or which are being transported using these mode of transports, which is airports and others. These are two examples. A leopard cub, live leopard cub, was rescued in Chennai airport, where it was being brought into India from Bangkok. So just be alert that anything like this can be happening around you. Okay. Second problem, as I said, that expanding internet. Now, earlier there used to be, for enforcement agencies, it used to be very simple, because they used to keep check of the regular markets, the physical markets, and to see that what is being traded between the sellers and the buyers. But now internet has provided a new dimension to illegal wildlife trade. We have the fastest growing market again of internet. People are using chat groups, social media, e-commerce site, websites for selling or trading these animals also. So these are some snapshots. You can see that people trade these things across WhatsApp, and then they buy it. It is becoming very difficult for enforcement agencies to keep a check on those. So I again appeal to all of you who are attending this call that if you ever find anything like this on internet or on social media or on Facebook or any other chat, do alert enforcement agencies or traffic so that we can control this. But this is what is happening across the globe. There are a few more snapshots like this. People discuss and share this, and there are small videos which are easily sent over WhatsApp. This was one seizure which traffic did, in which 140 leopard nails were caught. So you can very well imagine that how many leopards were killed for this. Okay. Similarly, another video like this are being circulated, where pangolins are being traded, and using this they can show that this is a live pangolin, this is the weight, this is what they want. So the long and short of this is that internet is making it even difficult for us to control. As I already said, that airline sector is one of the fastest growing sector, Indian airline sector, and that's why the problem for us to control is becoming more. Okay. Again, there is one more example where one species, which is known as black spotted turtle, found in India. We did a analysis that where all these animals were found or seized. So this was the map which was created. You can very well see that all across the globe, one of our species is traveling all across the globe. We don't know about it. Enforcement agencies are not aware about it, but poachers are taking this out of the country. Okay. This was one, again, just to surprise you if you don't know. There was one kangaroo which was rescued recently in Assam, which was coming into India. Now you can just imagine that kangaroos are found in Australia, where from it was coming, and what all diseases was it bringing with it. Okay, this is not one-off case. 10 zebras were caught in Dhaka. Again, they were coming into India. Chimpanzees were caught in Kathmandu. again, destination was India. I am showing this just to highlight that India is a big market. We don't know, we don't realize this in our daily life, but India is market of wildlife animals. And again, I would link back to COVID-19, that we don't know that what kind of viruses we are bringing into India along with these wildlife which we are buying it. Okay, these are high risk, as I said, they are covering long distances, they are bringing many viruses with them. So that is what needs to be checked. Okay, now what government is doing, or what agencies like traffic are doing, that is also important. So we are taking some mitigation measures how to deal with this, and that involves capacity building, that is supporting enforcement agencies, enhancing collaboration both international and national, stronger policies, laws and protocols are in place, and we help in that, spreading awareness and behavior change or domestic reduction also. This is few snapshots from traffic's meeting or workshop with enforcement agencies, because they also need to understand that what all is happening and how legal process can help. We also have a program where sniffer dogs are trained for sniffing these products, so that they can sniff these out, and then they can alert. Okay. Science is helping us in a great way, and there are few developments, few apps, there are few tools which are helping us in identifying first of all these products, and also stopping illegal wildlife trade. So that is, again, we can discuss about this separately, but that is how it is happening. Again, to understand as I said, that consumer behavior change is one important work which needs to be done. We need to convince people, we need to make them aware about this, that this is wrong. Also, we need to dispel these wrong notions about faith or use of these wildlife products for different products. So that is also what we do. We spread awareness. Vistara Airlines has helped us in disseminating this message across customs department. This is from Indira Gandhi International Airport, just to make people aware that these are banned. We should not buy these, and these are the problems which can be associated with this. So that is a part of what needs to be done. Then the cyber patrolling is being done. If we come across any such incidents, enforcement agencies are being alerted. Enhancing collaboration. We have done 2 collaborations, large scale collaboration, especially on internet. There is a coalition to end wildlife trafficking online. Major social media and internet companies are part of this. We are collaborating with them to stop use of internet for trade of wildlife products. Then we have a routes partnership, or routes partnership, you may pronounce it either ways, in which the transport companies, the shipping companies, airlines, they are also collaborating to stop this. So efforts are on I would say going on. But as I said, and as Albert Einstein very rightly said, that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So that means that we need to have new thinking, we need to have new collaborations, we need to have new coordination mechanism, so that we can control this. And here I would appeal to all of you that you become very important, first of all, to flag these issues if you see them, and also if there are some other collaborative mechanism that can be done. That is what we are looking for. So thanks. These are my email IDs and also my Twitter handle. So if somebody wants to know more, approach us in future, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakit. I think you have kept the time intact and also stated everything which is required as a keynote address, where I think for each and every participant would be really helpful. We had a lot of questions and we still are pouring with number of questions, but because of paucity of time, we'll take few questions which are key and important. So if I go through the question, there is one theme which has emerged where they're trying to know that this kind of trafficking, this kind of smuggling of different animal parts, is it possible without the interference of the political establishment? And why is that the state forest departments are taking actions diligently, and the state police, wherein we have legislation and act, they are not taking account of it, which is not being reflected in the NCRB data? So this is a lot of questions which are pouring in.
That's a very interesting question, and I would say that will come to everybody's mind. I would just answer that the one word answer or few words answer is scale. The scale of this crime is such humongous that it's not possible for everyone or for to stop each and every crime by any agency, leave aside government agencies, by any agency. And that's why I said that cooperation from all of you would be required. Now I'll just try to make you understand what I mean by scale. There are people, there are poachers, there are hunters which are working in each and every villages. Okay, so it's not possible for any enforcement agencies to keep an eye on each and every person or each and every citizen of the country. It is becoming difficult. As I said, that enforcement on the internet or social media chat groups, they are creating a lot of problems. Enforcement agencies are evolving. I would say they are using the best kind of technology, but sheer scale of operation is such large that it's very difficult to enforce it. As I said, on the legal side, we have some of the best wildlife protection acts and wildlife protection rules. Only thing is enforcement, and that cannot happen. That will not happen unless every citizen can come forward to help forest department and police in this. So it's your
Thank you.
help which is required.
Thank you, Dr. Saket. I think the next question aligns from your response only, where a lot of participants are inquiring how, as a citizen, they can get involved to inform the enforcement agency and all in terms of trafficking. What is the best way where we know the government procedure and everything is so robust, but still it is so complicated where the normal citizen is not able to reach the end point or the main authority?
I would just say in one, or I would say two words. First of all is awareness. So please increase awareness. Please read about all these things. And also please make people aware about this. The major problem with this issue is this is so prevalent, this is so common that we don't even realize it. So we need to be aware that what is wrong, what is right. As I said, that many of us might be keeping a small turtle, okay, or might be keeping few birds which are Indian birds protected under Wildlife Protection Act, and we feel that this is very common, that this is not illegal. So we need to be aware first of all about this. And second, whenever we come across any episode like this, we need to reach out to enforcement agencies, which thankfully, again, as I said, that internet is creating a problem, but I think here internet is a very good tool to reach out to. So please reach out to enforcement agencies, anyone. Nowadays, there are several, I would say, channels to reach out to them. I frankly get many of the alerts, many of the inquiries, you won't believe, is through Twitter. Okay, so people come to my Twitter account, they have their questions, they ask those questions, and they also give information also. If they feel that there is something wrong, it's not expected, frankly, that everybody would know about all the laws and all the legal systems in place. But you can reach out to, you can consult experts, and you can reach out to enforcement agencies. I would strongly feel, I strongly know that all the enforcement agencies, they are more than eager, more than keen to help you or associate with you. You just need to come forward and help them in controlling this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saket. I think it answers a lot of questions in terms of approaching the right official. And we would suggest, even Dr. Saket would suggest, that Traffic India being our partner, and anyone who could see any kind of trafficking or any kind of wildlife smuggling being happening, they can surely approach Traffic, and they are available on Twitter and different social media platforms. So because of the paucity of time, we will route the questions to Dr. Saket, and all those who have provided their question, we will redirect it and give you response through mail. So I would really like to thank Dr. Saket to take out time, and also from his busy schedule, and also recovering from the challenging times. We really want to appreciate from Center for Criminology and Forensic Studies in the Institute of Behavioral Sciences. And any last word, Dr. Saket, for our participants who are enthusiasts in the conversational study and environmental study?
I'll just add that, first of all, I'll again thank OP Jindal Global University for organizing this. Okay, but I would say that this is only a conversation starter kind of workshop. So whenever there are any issues, please reach out. I would say, as I said again and again, and I tell at every forum, that nowadays, if you want to reach out to someone, that's not a hurdle. So please reach out to us, to university, your professors, and everyone is there to support you.
Okay, so please reach out. We need to start discussing all these things. As I have already said, and as Professor Sahani also said, that this is one crime about which we don't talk about. And as I tried to bring out during my presentation, that this is one which is impacting us the most. And I don't think there is a better, I would say, I hate to say that, but there is a better advertisement than the coronavirus, which we are suffering from. That what kind of problem we can face because of those things. Please come forward whenever you have any problem, and please reach out. That would be my message. And thank you to all of you who joined. If there are any question, if there are interest in future, we are there to help you and support you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Saket. And we'll provide Dr. Saket's email address in the chat box. Anything which needs to be addressed, you can directly send it out to Dr. Saket. Thank you very much, Dr. Saket, for your time. And I'll request all our participants to fill out the feedback form, which we will surely be sharing with Dr. Saket in order to help him also understand how fruitful and enriching this session was. So thank you, Dr. Saket, for taking out time. And thank you very much. So now I would roll out the dais to my colleague, Ms. Mahima, who would be moderating our session 1. And Ms. Mahima would be taking in charge, and we'll have our session 1. So I will request all of you to stay online. You can simultaneously fill the keynote address feedback form, and subsequently we'll start in a minute session 1. Over to you, Ms. Mahima.
Thank you, Vipin. Good evening, everyone. I welcome you all to the first session of the certificate course on environmental crimes and conservation studies. Unfortunately, Dr. Mehta cannot deliver the lecture today because of some unavoidable reasons. So for this session on environmental crimes, we have Ms. Shirlene Chen. She's an international legal expert working on matters related to environmental crime, international crime law, illicit trade, anti-corruption, organized crime, and economic crimes. She has worked largely in the nonprofit sector with some years in the private sector. She holds a BA in Business and Management and LLB in Public International Law and Human Rights, and an MBA in International Business. She holds an LLM in the Oceans, the Environment and Sustainability from Utrecht University. She is currently the Managing Director of Green Transparency, a firm that provides clients with the tools and the expertise they need to efficiently manage their environmental strategies. She is based in Den Haag, the Netherlands. As recognition of her work, Shirlene has been invited to speak at various international conferences on environmental crime, illicit trade, anti-corruption, and organized crime. She also gives regular lectures to students, diplomats, and trade associations. She is a legal trainer for Crosser Initiatives International Criminal Court and the Anne Frank's House's Justice Now project. Shirlene has been a mentor of a working group on organized crime for the SICOSA, International Institute for Criminal Justice and Human Rights, since 2016. And she was recently nominated as a member to the working group on environmental and economic governance for the World Federalist Movement. She is also a member of the IUCN World Commission on the Environmental Law. We welcome you, ma'am. As we know, the session is for 90 minutes, so it would be ideal to keep the session for about 60-70 minutes so that we could have a small 15-20 minute question and answer round with the participants. There would be 2 bells, one after 60 minutes and another one after 70 minutes to keep a track of the time. I would also request the participants to drop their query or questions in the chat box during the discussion, and we will address those questions at the end of the session. I would also be sharing the feedback form by the end of the session, so you are kindly requested to fill in that. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks so very much for that kind introduction. Indeed, everyone can hear me well, right? Okay, that's great. So indeed, I've stepped in very last moments on behalf of Dr. Mehta. She's a dear colleague of mine, and we've known each other for about 2 years, but actually I knew her father several years ago when we invited him for a conference here in Brussels, well, in Europe, in Brussels, a final conference for an environmental crime project I was working on, and I really was very inspired by Dr. Mehta's, well, Tarini Mehta's father's MC Mehta, Dr. MC Mehta. I was very inspired by the grassroots movements in India in helping to, let's say, quote unquote, save the Taj Mahal from, further deterioration from acid rain. And that was as a result of the industry going into Agra at that point in time. Now, I will keep my presentation rather short. I have decided to use some old slides that was presented to a group of MA students from George Washington University. This was around 2 years ago already, or was it 3 years ago? So without further ado, I'm just gonna pop this up. Let's see, what is best here? I'm seeing so many screens that I can share potentially. But I'll go into this one. And we'll enter to full screen mode. 1 second as it loads. Here we go. So these are the slides that I used some years ago, and the topic here is on combating transnational environmental abuses or crime and human rights abuses. Here I wanted to highlight more of my career experiences, communicating with law enforcement officials, also legislators, also government officials, and having this sort of like perspective as well from academia, and recognizing what are some of the challenges. And in this presentation, I also come up with solutions that have been used in the past and that could be used to combat further environmental crime. I will go very quickly through these slides, but in the other half of my presentation, there won't be any slides involved, but I would like to talk about ecocide at the international level. This is a campaign that I've been working on for several years now, and with a foundation that was founded by the late Polly Higgins, we're pushing this at the international level. More about this later. So here we go. The outline for this presentation is simply the following. As you can see, I tried to make it a little bit more vibrant for the American audience. I do hope that you guys see the lightness in this. I will go through, the first one is what the on something I will reveal in a bit. The second one is on coal and the links between organized crime and the charcoal trade. Mine is about the mining situation in West Papua. Land of the Headhunters is actually where I'm from. I'm from Malaysia, Borneo, and here I'll talk about the illegal trade in timber. The fifth one is going back to Europe, where there was a case, a very big case against a Dutch shipping company. Dirty Business is about the Italian mafia and their involvement with waste management in Italy. And of course, Seven, as I said. Sorry, yes?
I'm sorry to interject, but we are not able to see the PowerPoint.
At all. Let's see.
We are able to see the PDF or the...
Am I supposed to resume share because I can't click on that? So what do you see now? Nothing.
No, it's still the first slide or the first.
Oh, it's not moving?
Yeah.
When I click on the green resume share, it doesn't do anything though. Let me try and stop and try and resume again. How about now?
Yeah.
Do you see the outline?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So I was going through this list earlier, but onwards to the first slide, actually. Here we go. Here I highlighted that under Principle 2 of the Rio Declaration, and this is very much not law, but soft law, that states sort of have recognized as a customary international law. So for the law students out there, you probably realize that there is a difference between binding law and non-binding law. And international law is basically law that dictates how states behave at the international level. Now, Principle 2 of the Rio Declaration of 1992 stipulates that states have the sovereign right to exploit their own resources. Now, the problem with this is that it's a fundamental principle in international relations, and countries basically have the sovereign right to exploit their own resources, mostly to the detriment of their people. So we're talking natural resources as in wildlife. We could also be talking about minerals. We could be talking about timber. We could be talking about fish. This is a problem because it is largely, it largely ignores the human aspects of things, because this is in pursuit of economic development, right? To the detriment of the population. Now, one of the reasons for this is because there is a lack of enforcement of property right. So indigenous lands, native land, this is very often poorly enforced and poorly recognized in many, many countries, including the one, my country in Malaysia. I spoke about charcoal earlier, and the reason why I wanted to highlight this is because some years ago I was asked by WWF in Germany about what the potential is of them bringing certain German companies to court as a result of importing charcoal. You wouldn't think that charcoal is a very big issue in environmental crime, but if you link it to organized crime, it is a problem. Now, to make charcoal, you use timber, and you use about 10 times the amount of timber to compress everything into charcoal. And we take it for granted very often. And I don't think that there is regulation out there on, let's say, sustainable or illegal charcoal yet. But in 2012, the United Nations Security Council came up with a resolution that Somalian charcoal should be banned. Why? It is because they discovered that there have been links to Al-Shabaab, the militia group in Somalia. And basically what they've been doing is exporting charcoal to the Gulf states and also to other neighboring countries. And from these countries, the charcoal definitely travels off to other parts of the world. And you know, it's a very big issue because very often with natural resources and illicit or illegal trade in natural resources, these products are homogeneous, right? Homogeneous as in you can't identify, unless you are an expert, you can't identify one from the other. So we're talking timber, we're talking charcoal, we're talking fish, we're talking minerals. These are so very hard to identify. Now, the fact that the Security Council has recognized that there is a link to organized groups such as Al-Shabaab, this brings the attention at least to NGOs. But whether or not this attention goes to the consumer level, that is really a question of policy within each nation or each regional bloc, let's put it that way. The other thing I'd like to highlight is if you see in beige, there is this territory called West Papua. And right of it is Papua New Guinea. They used to be a colony, and they gained independence, or at least they've been trying to gain independence for many years now. But since the Dutch left Indonesia, and the Dutch was the colonizer of this area, they gave it back to the Indonesians. And the people in West Papua have been fighting for sovereignty for many years. In the 70s, and this is very seldom highlighted in international politics and international news, about 500,000 people in West Papua were killed by the Indonesian government because they were fighting for their land. They wanted sovereignty, they wanted independence. Until today, they are still fighting. And I personally know people whose fathers have been killed and they've had to flee West Papua, and they've been, talking about independence from other parts of the world ever since. Now, why is this a very, very important territory for Indonesia? It's because of natural resources. West Papua is very, very rich in natural resources. We're talking oil, gas, gold, copper. And sometime in the 90s, a Canadian company came in. And in the area called Grasberg, they started mining. But at the same time, they colluded with the Indonesian military in order to make sure that they are not intervened or interjected by, demonstrations by the native people and whatnot. And this is something that I will bring up again when I talk about ecocide in my second half of the presentation. But clearly, this type of issue is sometimes you can see there's the fight for natural resources, there's the fight for sovereignty or independence, and oftentimes, if this is not elevated to the UN level, or this is does not hit international news media, then the people there are left to their own devices, basically. And Canadian companies that are there, they pretty much close one eye as they continue extracting and they continue profiting from this foreign territory. So yeah, it's to do with a lot of the law itself, whether or not it's robust enough internationally to cover human rights abuses, or at least organized crime, or international conflicts, let's say. And very often it's mainly pick and choose by news media. So here we go to the next one. I'm sorry if I'm going really quickly, but I do wish to answer your questions later on as well. So keep your questions for later. Now, Land of the Headhunters is where I'm from. That's Borneo, the Malaysian part of Borneo. And Borneo is the third largest island in the world. It's also been recognized as having, a large amount of biodiversity. But unfortunately, it is also a victim to land grabbing by governments. We're talking corruption here. And, it is a place where also indigenous people live. But over decades, over 3-4 decades now, the rainforest has been cut to make way for palm oil. The timber has been exported to countries like China and Japan that don't really have regulation on the import of illegal timber or sustainable timber. So the Malaysian government, or at least my home state's government, the Sarawakian ministry, they have profited so much over the years from deforestation itself. Now, the question is, of course, whose land is it? And by custom, it is native land. Unfortunately, the government officials, they have refused to recognize this, and they are slowly, until today, still taking over custom native land in order to make way for, more palm oil, and palm oil that is exported to all over the world. And Malaysia and Indonesia, they produce some 40% of the world's palm oil. 5%, less than 5% of pristine rainforest is left in Borneo. When you fly across Borneo, of course, you see a lot of green, but this is no longer pristine forest. These are secondary forests. These are shrubs. These are vegetation that have grown, or even coverage of palm oil plantation. It is an issue because I bring up here that it's an issue between corruption and trade. Basically, if trade is unregulated with palm oil, for instance, then we have a problem. But trade so far is regulated in terms of timber, So the EU has a regulation that controls the incoming timber from other parts of the world. Indonesia have signed an agreement with EU to make sure that the timber that goes into the EU is sustainable and legally harvested. The Malaysian government, however, have not negotiated very well with the EU, and therefore Malaysian timber is not found in the EU. But there still is a problem. There are still a lot of illegal timber that trickles into the EU, but there is more an enforcement problem. This case is a case that involved a Dutch company. So I'm based in the Netherlands, and this Dutch company is an Amsterdam company, and they own the ship. So basically the ship flies a different flag, but basically the company is in the business of discarding very, very toxic wastes. And they had the choice to either dispose it responsibly, recycle it using the right chemicals and making sure that nothing bad happens to people and nothing trickles out. In Amsterdam, for about $500,000, that would have been the cost. Or they had the choice of shipping it off to Cote d'Ivoire, a country in Africa, for 15,000 euros. So compare €500,000 to 15,000 euros. What did the company do? The company shipped it off to Cote d'Ivoire, and the company, the ship itself parked right next to the coastline, and basically via a local company dumped a huge amount of toxic waste onto the coastline. I think tens of thousands of people died. I think 10,000 people died as a result of respiratory problems, direct respiratory problems, and about 100,000 more local people in Cote d'Ivoire have underlying issues now. This case actually went to court. It went to Dutch court, but companies get away with problems like this. It's a territorial issue, of course. It may be a Dutch company, but it happened in another territory. So it would be up to that country to bring up a case against the Netherlands. And then it's a question of whether or not the country itself recognizes a company's criminal liability or not. In this case, the Netherlands does recognize criminal liability of companies as well as individuals, but they got away with it. And the reason why I say this is because the director got away with it. So people resign, when big damage occurs from a company and it hits the reputation of the company, oftentimes the executive would resign. The company paid a fine. The executive director escaped any sort of form of liability. And it's a done and dusted case. But this is one of the cases that we've been highlighting in at least Europe as to why there is a need for better enforcement of the law or tighter regulation or better legislation. This one here is about the Italian mafia, so the link between organized crime and waste management. In the south of Italy, we have, Italy is known for their mafia clans, and the Camorra clan basically are the kings of trash in Italy. What happened in 2014 was the European Court of Justice came down on Italy because Italy had, they failed to clean up about 112 or 113 sites that were identified as really, really toxic in the south of Italy. And why is it toxic? They didn't know this 20 years ago because the mafia had, they were in the business of collecting trash, but they were also in the business of collecting industrial trash. And basically what they did was they were paid by the government to dispose of this trash. And if you go to the south of Italy, Italians are very embarrassed about the situation in their cities as well. You know, there's trash everywhere. But what happened here is that the organized crime, they dug holes in the ground and they buried the trash. The government didn't know about this until, you know, babies started having deformities and people started getting, you know, cancers and whatnot. And, you know, it spiked in the south of Italy. And a lot of research has been done. And so European Court of Justice came down on Italy saying that you have failed to clean up and you have failed to enforce an EU law on waste management in Italy. So for every day in 6 months, if you haven't cleaned this up, for every day that you do not clean this up, we are imposing a fine on Italy. 9 months later, Italy only cleaned up about 9 sites. That brings the total down to 92 or 93. And here, I'd like to highlight some of the challenges, right? So there is an EU legislation that is applied with to all EU member countries. And it's a regulation that they need to transpose in their national law, that they need to take and, you know, sort of customize in their national law. They're given a time to adjust to whatever standards the EU gives them. And if they don't meet these standards, then another EU country can complain about that situation. The country itself can also complain. But the good thing about the EU is that citizens themselves and NGOs, they can complain themselves. So this complaint was brought, the decision was made by the European Court of Justice, and Italy is forced to clean up their act. However, in order to clean up their act, Italy had to go to, yet again, the waste company. And who are they run by? They're still run by organized crime. So imagine that it's a double income for organized crime. Firstly, they were paid by the government to dispose of the trash, which they didn't do so responsibly. And then secondly, because of a judgment, a ruling from the highest court in Europe, Italy is forced to clean up these landfills. The same companies are paid to go in to fill it up. So that is, again, the problem with, you know, what people would think maybe is good EU law, but it's not. You know, in practice, there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with before, you know, a real solution is found. So some of the solutions that I will highlight here. The Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative is not law, but it was it's a voluntary initiative that is entered into by companies and also countries to make sure that the extraction of natural resources happens responsibly and legally under their watch. And if it were not for an NGO called Global Witness, the diamond trade, the very dirty diamond trade, would not have been exposed. And it was via this initiative that they introduced that diamonds now need to have sort of like a certification. So if only this certification applies to all other types of, you know, minerals, slowly but surely, yes, gold is now under regulation and international convention, but we are still a long way to ensuring, you know, minerals, homogeneous minerals and homogeneous natural resources have the right type of certification that one cannot bypass, that there are no loopholes. The second part here is linking national security to environmental crime. So I mentioned charcoal, and I mentioned how Security Council has, and Somalia themselves, they have banned any type of export of charcoal from Somalia because of links with organized terrorist group. I think that this is a very important thing to highlight at the international level. If one were to recognize that there is a link to national security, the likelihood of a country taking this as a serious issue and prioritizing this will be there. If you don't put in the national security element of it, then it is very likely that environmental crime will be seen as, let's say, a victimless crime. Thirdly, recognizing that economic crime is a big part of the problem. I mentioned, Trafigura, the Dutch company that dumped a whole lot of toxic waste in Cote d'Ivoire. It's economic crime at its best. Basically, you want to cut costs here, so you're going to do it there, but you're going to do it via a local company so that it's not your person, your company executive doing the dirty work. What happened in that case was the local guy who physically transferred the waste from the ship to the coast, he incurred a very, very, very large fine, a fine that he would not have been, he would not have earned back in a year's working full time, basically. So that's the injustice there, the unfairness of it all. Now, enforcement of property rights, again, this goes back to indigenous peoples. How are, land rights recognized in countries, and how does this play out? How does this balance with a state's right to use natural resources? So very often this is very much up to grassroots organizations, NGOs, to sort of like sound the alarm and say that this is not okay and this is customary right. And usually it takes a lot of time for NGOs to come in and to help indigenous people also plot out their lands, for instance. Now, and lastly, this is something that is that we recommended to the EU at the EU level, that there is more data needed. As much as we know about environmental crime and how it is, the fourth largest profitable illegal market there is in the world, there's still very little data that matters to law enforcement. And it's a vicious circle. So if you don't have data, law enforcement can't prioritize environmental crime as an issue. If they don't prioritize this, then there won't be any, let's say, mutual transborder assistance. So in the EU, it's open borders basically. And if there's no data, there's no law enforcement, there's no partnership with other law enforcement to fix this issue. So it's really also down to a resource problem. Environmental crime is usually very low priority in countries, and if it's low priority, it means that there's no resources, there's no police official, there's no training on environmental crime and how to identify, let's say, one timber product from another timber product, and to know that this came from Madagascar or this came from a legal place. So this is really the first half. I'm just going to check the time right now. This is really the first half of my presentation, and I will now very quickly go to the second part of my presentation, which is to talk about ecocide. So Dr. Mehta and I, we spoke quite extensively last year on ecocide, and she and I, we wrote articles for online blogs like Opinio Juris on ecocide and the problem with ecocide. What is ecocide, right? For those who don't know, it is not law yet, it's not a crime yet, but I am working with a campaign to make sure that this is recognized at the international level. So ecocide is basically the killing of our home, the killing of our habitat. It's massive destruction of ecosystems, to the extent that inhabitants will be unable to enjoy, let's say, the ecosystem itself. Now, the campaign that I'm working for is under the Stop Ecocide Foundation, and we're trying to push ecocide to become the fifth international crime. This would be at par then with crimes against humanity, war crimes, genocide, and crime of aggression. The International Criminal Court is a permanent body that is not linked to the United Nations per se, but was established because there was a need to end impunity. Impunity with particularly political leaders or military leaders who would normally, within their job description itself, they have under international law immunity. So immunity from getting traffic fines or immunity from prosecution. The International Criminal Court is there to make sure that nobody escapes. So war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity, what happened during World War II is no longer tolerable. And therefore this court exists. But this court does not supersede any country's criminal court, not at all. It is there to complement the country's legal system itself. So only if the country itself is unable or unwilling to prosecute these 4 crimes that I've already mentioned, then the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court can step in to open an investigation on the said person, the perpetrator itself. Now, the ICC was established or founded under the Rome Statute in 2002. So they've been in existence for quite some time now. However, you know, a lot of criticisms in the past is that they have focused a lot on African countries and the civil wars that's going on over there. The court would come out and say that this is not true, that we are solely focusing on Africa. It just so happened that the African countries came to us and asked for help. Now, Latin America is also under investigation. The Philippines is also under investigation. Now, the crime of ecocide itself is a missing crime, according to the late Polly Higgins, who I work very closely with. She passed away in 2019 from terminal cancer. We were very, very, very shocked. But over the last year or so, the campaign has gained a lot of traction. The Pope has spoke out about ecocide, saying that ecocide should be introduced as a sin, and this should be introduced as sort of like curriculum for the catechism classes. Greta Thunberg, the young Swedish climate activist, has also endorsed the campaign. So have some royalties like Princess Esmeralda of Belgium, but very importantly, the Maldives, a small little country, and Vanuatu, a Pacific island country, have asked for the International Criminal Court to prioritize this as an issue, you know, like to encourage their member states to recognize and push for the crime of ecocide at the ICC. Sweden, most of the countries that are in support of this are currently Western European countries. The campaign itself, they were working very, very hard in gaining support from also other parts of the world. So we're very happy to say that, you know, there's already one country in Africa involved. We're working very hard on getting the Pacific Islands to group together and to call for a crime of ecocide from their region itself. But yeah, what I'm saying here is that ecocide will not trump other efforts to fight environmental crime at the national level. What is important, just as important, is the tightening or the strengthening of national laws on environmental crime. Why do I say this? It's because if one could, so international law is about state behavior, right? And it is based on one, written law, so law that's coded, but also two, custom. And custom is not written anywhere. Custom is based on state behavior, state practice. So the focus for me on strengthening national law on environmental crime, making sure that ecocide is introduced or recognized, or, you know, certain legislation provisions are introduced to ensure that ecocide, you know, something of this massive proportions is recognized. It will build a sort of custom, it will build a state practice. And state practice can happen in a short amount of time. It can happen over 10 years. But if one can prove that a lot of countries are coming together to amend their laws to recognize ecocide, then the strength of our campaign will be, boosted, because then we can say countries are doing this themselves. Countries are recognizing now that ecocide is, should be made law. It is the missing crime. One very good example is the Bhopal tragedy in 1984 in India. That should have been recognized as ecocide. But was it back then? No, because there was no law against it. So big, massive tragedies like that should be recognized as ecocide, and the people behind the company, behind the government policies, should be held accountable. When in the past they are, immune, or they enjoy impunity, they should no longer enjoy impunity under ecocide crime and under the International Criminal Court, because then it signals that behaviors such as this, recklessness or negligence, are no longer tolerable. That that companies and countries need to exercise extra due diligence to make sure that their people are not harmed, that the environment is protected. Now, without the environment, we are not here, right? So the whole thing about rights of nature is also something that I work on very dearly with other people in my network. But I would like to cut my presentation short here and probably open up the floor to any questions that people might have. And I could elaborate, of course, even more if you'd like me to.
Thank you, ma'am, for that. I'll be sharing the questions with you.
Mm-hmm.
So the first question that we have over here is, what are the challenges to the population of orang-utan in Borneo? Why are the numbers shrinking?
Oh boy, yeah, the numbers are shrinking because the companies are coming in. And so when you see, you mean orangutans, right? So when you see on television orangutan sanctuaries, these are mostly in Indonesia. Indonesia is also cutting down trees. Timber companies are coming in. Malaysia, same thing. Timber tycoons, they've profited over decades and decades and decades. They don't take into account sustainability. They don't take into account nature. They don't take into account, wildlife population, dwindling wildlife population. For them, the cost matters. Right? It is cheaper to burn down the forest to make way for palm oil plantation as opposed to cutting down the forest. So unless you are a timber tycoon, you know to cut down the trees. But to do that, do they take into account orangutans? Do they take into account that these are heritage sites? No. Does the government have any interest in making a certain hectare of land heritage site? Also not, because the government is complicit in this. Now, the problem also is that in Indonesia, when, every year I grew up with really bad smog and haze coming over from Indonesia. So crossing into Singapore, crossing into Thailand, schools had to be closed because of the smog. And this is due to large scale firing up of the forest itself. And orangutans are a victim to this. Companies don't go in and say, let's save them first before we cut down the forest. No, they don't care at all. And whether or not there is a legislation that prevents them from cutting down forests without, regard to the nature, there's no legislation out there. It is all up to certain trade laws. So Australia has introduced a legislation that say we will not import, illegal timber, unsustainable timber, but the law itself is not enforced to the T. The EU timber regulation also does not take into account orangutans. They just want to make sure that it's sustainable. They want to make sure that the supply chain in Indonesia is clean, but who is monitoring this, right? So that is a problem. So supply chain is also a very big problem. Yeah, I hope that answers the question, but I feel very sorry about the orangutans. They are really a dwindling population.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
So the next question that we have is, considering all these actions, mistakes, or however we might address them, affect the people and wildlife so gravely, why are they not collectively considered legally as ecocide even by the UN or ICG, even after the years of effort by the group Stop Ecocide International?
Yeah, so that's the group that I'm affiliated with. And I basically do the diplomatic work, some of the diplomatic work. Why is it not recognized? It's because, look, there are about 250 multilateral environmental agreements out there. But is any one of them enforceable? As in, can a country be sanctioned as a result of not following these environmental agreements, for violating them? No. And when cases go to the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, which is the UN court, when cases go to the ICJ, lawyers and governments are also very careful with how they draft the legal question. What is the dispute about? And usually the disputes they go to international courts, the UN court, is more of a technical nature. They don't bring in the environmental aspect of this, because environmental law, or, in my opinion, is still very much soft law as opposed to hard law. Hard law is ecocide. Hard law is criminal law, because we're looking at jail time. We're looking at very, very huge fines. However, the problem with the ICC, so the International Criminal Court, saying that ecocide is a crime, the problem here is that a lot of countries will probably go against the introduction of this crime because it is to the detriment of their economic development. And criminal law is very much the right of every country to control. It's not up to a super big judicial body somewhere else in the world to tell us what to do, right? So it is about the strengthening of criminal law within the country itself, and whether or not this comes to play all depends on political leadership. And if political leadership is not there, it unfortunately all depends on, naming and shaming and blaming by NGOs or other countries. But oftentimes they don't come up with solutions that are good enough or expedient enough to save the environment. So what we're seeing with, the climate crisis right now, if ecocide could be a crime, the climate could be a victim, but oftentimes using criminal law, you need to identify the victims. You need to say that there is harm. The harm needs to be directly related to the act itself by that so-called person. And the most difficult thing under criminal law to prove is intent. That individual have the intent to do harm. Did she know of the consequences of that company policy or governmental policy? That is the hardest thing that criminal lawyers have to prove in a court of law. So yeah, this is the reason why it's still a challenge to get ecocide recognized at the international level. But working for the Stop Ecocide Foundation, it's been mind-opening, because it's really given me sort of like the tools and inspired me to think creatively about how to make people recognize the need for ecocide. So with Dr. Mehta, we are trying to plug this into major conferences, making sure that this is addressed at, let's say, the IUCN Conservation Congress, which will happen in September in Marseille, France, that there is somebody on the panel talking about this, along with other panelists. So making sure that the word itself is plugged into appropriate platforms. And if one does this, then I talk about state practice. If one does this at the NGO level, you are creating, tools of advocacy, basically. So I've been talking to the International Law Commission as well about reintroducing the crime of ecocide, because during the drafting of that legal document of the International Criminal Court, environmental destruction was considered as one of the 12 crimes that they wanted to, think about, negotiate. But it was taken out at the final hour, basically, by the US, and the US is actually not even a country or state party to the ICC, the Netherlands, France. Why did they do this in the 90s? It's because these were all nuclear power countries, and they didn't want something that could be attributable to their companies or to their country eventually. But I think we've gone past that stage about, talking about nuclear weapons and whatnot. We're talking 21st century environmental crimes. We're talking, deep sea mining. We're talking, let's say, maybe geoengineering and other things that have not yet been explored. And at the same time, we're still trying to deal with some of the traditional environmental crimes, timber, wildlife, fishery. How do we fix this, right? So ecocide is not it's not a silver bullet to everything, but it will signify that enough is enough. Your business models, multinationals need to change their business models. This needs to change. You're no longer in the business of extracting to the point of draining the entire earth of its core oils and whatnot. It's a change of business model, and to also boost this sort of talk about sustainability, right? Companies all subscribe to this whole idea of SDGs, and are they doing something about it? So now's the chance for them to walk the talk, right? So if you're very keen on changing your ways, then clean energy should appear as a profit margin or something that is included in Shell's annual report, but it's not, because it accounts for less than 1% of their profit worldwide. And this, we're talking about a huge multinational, Shell, right? But yet they use advertisements to say, oh, we're going green. Exxon, oh, we're going green. It's, some would say, greenwashing, but it's not enough to make an impact. And also, if you hear on the news that, Shell has donated X amount of hundreds of millions in R&D on green energy, that number, that figure, that amount of money itself, again, is peanuts compared to what they get and what they research on, or how they invest in other parts of the world, drilling and extracting. Yeah. Next question, please. I like the questions so far, very challenging.
We do have a lot of questions still coming in. So thank you so much for being so upbeat about them. So next question is conservation of biodiversity with mining practices, how both can be done together?
Wow, conservation and mining. Unfortunately, I don't think that conservation is a very big point that is brought up by mining companies. I think this is the reason why a lot of Western mining companies go to developing countries, is because, the law is very weak there, right? And they have, let's say, a buffer amount of time to do their business before they leave that place and, pass it on to another company to, clean up the mess. One issue in particular I can bring up is Venezuela. Venezuela has a part of the Amazon, and part of the Amazon is a heritage site as well. And Chinese companies are going in there to extract oil. Even Ecuador, a country like Ecuador that recognizes the rights of nature, they've opened up, they've opened up their land to also extractive companies to come in. One thing, so not related to mining, but something that I was told or consulted upon quite recently happened in, was it Kenya or Nigeria? I think it was Kenya. So the UK military has struck a deal with the government, and that deal is to go in and build a military training base. That military training base is at the precipice of a heritage site. In fact, I think it is in the heritage site. And what the military, the UK military does there is a whole lot of training, because the terrain is suitable for their training purposes, right? And very recently, last month, a fire broke out in one of the camps. And the rumor was that some of the guys in training was trying to scare away the elephants. So it's a conservation area. And the military is there. It's a government agreement, right? And you would think that this is a legitimate activity, but this goes hand in hand with a heritage site. That site is protected, yeah? And the fire broke out, and acres was destroyed. Animals were killed. At the same time, what is also unaddressed is that the presence of the military there is hurting the villagers in that area. So what I'm told is that children have picked up live grenades and not know what it was, and they've blown up their own houses as a result of this. The UK has said that they will, help with the fire, so unrelated to the grenades and everything, but they will investigate this issue. Now, what I advised to the NGO that told me about this issue is that the world, there's a World Heritage Convention out there. And during times of conflict, the provisions of the convention itself stipulates that there is no way that the heritage site can be made an exception. You cannot trespass. You must keep it pristine. As opposed to, if I'm not mistaken, the on wetlands, so the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, they give an exception to conflict times. It says, if conflict happens in this area, in this protected wetland area, just make sure you pay back or you compensate. So there are two differences with the provisions, right? So the World Heritage Convention says no trespassing, not even during times of war. This is a protected site, no questions asked. CBD says, well, if it happens, just make sure you restore or you pay back. So which one would you prefer? A no trespass? Or do you prefer that, okay, this is, not up to our controls, and therefore maybe restoration is good? But would that be something of, something that it's not preventative, basically? I am more in favor of the World Heritage Convention. So my advice to the Kenyan NGO was to look at this and bring a complaint to the committee, and the committee can actually put a stop to certain things. And that's happened in the past. So we'll see what happens from there. Thanks.
Okay, so we have the next question that is there. Certain organizations working for sustainability and environment conservation have been at fault time and again. How is it that the international organizations have failed to address the overproduction and commercialization, keeping in the view the high bureaucracy involved? Mm-hmm. Perhaps a global scale policy reform and regularization is the need of the hour.
Mm-hmm. So here you're talking very much about sustainable development, right? It's a term that was coined already for a few decades, and up until recently, 2015, the UN picked up on it. So sustainable development, what is it? It's a balancing of three things. It's a balancing of economic development, it's the balancing of the environment, and it's the balancing of social issues. This is a problem, because one can't trump the other. It needs to be a balance. And oftentimes international organizations, in my opinion, at least, I've attended UN conferences and whatnot and been at SDG summits. It is very hard, again, like I said, to enforce environmental agreements. It's very hard for international organizations like even the UN environment to say something about the enforcement of an environmental regulation by a certain country and that they need to sanction or enforce it. It's very, very hard. Social issues is a human right issue. Is human rights law across the globe? Is it enforceable across the globe? Is there one institution that can say this country has violated human rights and therefore should be held accountable for this and that and this and that? It's not there. So human rights is very hard to enforce. The UN can't even say anything against human rights abuses. They can only recommend that the country changes their policies on certain things. They can only recommend, and it is really up to the country itself to change. And again, this is political leadership, and political leadership more often than not will prioritize economic development. I've spoken to Indonesian diplomats and early in my career, and it was very much a noob mistake, because I was a Malaysian talking to Indonesian diplomats about them firing up their wetlands and causing transboundary haze to go into Malaysia. It was my fault to have to have brought it up in a different way. I learned from there. But you know what the Indonesian diplomats said to me? They said, well, it's not the government that started the fire. It's the small little farmers that started the fire and it got out of hand. But what about their right to economic development? Plus, don't you forget, the companies that are in Indonesia are Malaysian. And then, of course, I wrote a report about the Transboundary Haze Agreement in ASEAN, so Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, the provisions in there are not strong enough. They don't have teeth. They basically say that the countries in ASEAN that are affected by haze should come up with, more fire engines. They should come up with an alert system. But this is really not preventing it from happening. What should have prevented it from happening is to put a stop to such practices, right? And with law enforcement, with Interpol, some years ago, Interpol wanted to come up with a program that would look into illegal timber, illegal logging, and financial crime. But that project never took off because Interpol is not a global law enforcement institution. It's an international organization, yes, but it does not have the mandate to arrest people. It needs to come from the country itself. The country needs to give permission to Interpol to start a program or to go after a person. And with that program on illegal logging and financial crime, my colleague at Interpol back then said, well, we are waiting for the buy-in from 5 countries. So 5 countries in the Pacific region that is, that have this issue on illegal logging need to buy into this whole project in order for us to go ahead with the investigation and research and whatnot. They wanted Indonesia, they wanted Australia, they wanted Malaysia, they wanted Vietnam, and they wanted some other countries. In the end, the program never took off because Malaysia never said yes. Indonesia half-heartedly said yes. Australia said, yeah, okay. And when one of the legal officers went to Papua New Guinea, so that's a part of Indonesia as well, when they went to Papua New Guinea and she sat in a Jeep And that guy is the forest police officer, basically brought her around and wanted to show her these are the plots of lands that have been allocated for, timber logging and palm oil industry and whatnot. And this has ties to corrupt politicians, blah, blah, blah. But as this guy was bringing my colleague around in that Jeep, he was pointing out these plots of lands, and they were all Malaysian companies in Papua New Guinea. But Malaysia never bought into that program. So Malaysia never said, go ahead with that program, because then it would affect what would be, their income, right? So human rights, again, is very lax in terms of enforcement. Multilateral environmental agreements are soft law unless the provisions are changed to make it have more teeth. And at the more broader level of economic development, sustainability, it's, what can I say? You don't want it to be a buzzword that is not actionable, that is not solution driven, that is not that doesn't come up with a plan of action, that does not resolve anything. So I like to think that, economic development, that word itself, the term itself, should be changed into economic enhancement. Because if development was an altruistic thing that, let's say, the more developed countries are trying to introduce to developing countries, then they will not today be indebted to France or to the ex-colonists, because basically what happens there is that America and a lot of European countries, they play a role in the development of a certain country, but at the same time they get them indebted. At the same time, they don't give them the tools, right? So I like to think of it as economic enhancement, because then you're not giving that man a fish, you're teaching the man to fish. So it has that sort of like cultural context. It belongs to them how they develop. It's not about, we need the skyscrapers, we need the financial, district like New York and this and that. No, it's about the people. It's about the culture itself. Human rights is also very much, a Western imposed value system. In my opinion, the 30 human rights under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, are they the same in different regions of the world? I would say it's not the same. That is the reason why Asia Pacific still doesn't have a regional human rights agreement, not at all. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. I went off tangent there in terms of sustainable development, but I hope to give you a little bit of like a pointer as to what are some of the challenges and what are some of the things that could be changed to improve the system.
Thank you, ma'am, for such comprehensive answers. We still have a lot, around 7-8 questions left, and to keep track of time, we have about 20 minutes in the session. So the next question is how the trades and dumping of hazardous waste damage ecosystem.
Oh my, how does that damage? I think it's a very short answer. Once it's in the ecosystem, so in the whole habitat of things, it seeps into water, it seeps into soil. The soil is used for agriculture, it goes into our food system, it goes beyond the nature itself. And one very simple thing, not even toxic, plastic. It's been introduced into the environment and we never thought about a way of getting it out until now, right? And even now, it's such a global issue that you can't solve it in a day. And plastic is still being introduced, right? So it's almost an irreversible, I hate to say that it's an irreversible thing. Once you introduce toxic, unnatural products to the environment, if you don't have a way of taking it out, If you don't have a way of recycling it, if you don't have a way of turning it into something else, then the environment will suffer. And if the environment suffers, our food, our water supplies, our fish, right, all suffers as a result, and we suffer. So with gold mining, something that comes from the land, the seeping of mercury into rivers because of gold mining. Mercury is something that is used because it's cheap. It is better than sifting. It actually, separates the gold itself from the dirt very, very easily. But the people who are exposed to mercury, they have a lot of serious problems, and they don't even care, because in some parts of the world, the money they make is more worth it. They need to put food on the table. Mercury seeps into the rivers. Mercury is a long-lasting thing. Carbon is a long-lasting thing in the atmosphere. If you don't know how to take it out, don't even put it there. Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is there a minimum percentage of timber or any other resource that can be extracted out of any place by law? Does UN interferes in those matters?
Now, I don't think the UN interferes in these matters. It's by and large a regional issue, if anything. Is there allocated sites for legal timber? Yes, definitely. Again, I point to the sovereign right, the right of a country to use or exploit or extract their own natural resources. There needs to be a balance, right? And then you talk about sustainability. So you can't over extract to the detriment of the people and the environment. You need to have a balance. And the country has the right to good economic development / enhancement, but this has to be made in light of what will happen to the environment and the people. So there is legal timber. Yes, there is. There are plots of land that can be allocated for just the harvesting of legal timber. But the issue here is that people want money fast. People want a lot of money fast. And when they do that, they don't care. They don't care if it's from an allocated area. They don't care if it's in another country. Because then the laws of that country cannot get you, because you're a company, right? You're a company, and therefore you fall under different types of laws. And even if you get a fine, it's a fine that you've allocated aside as business expense. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to say. Like, if I can draw upon the EU as an example. So the EU is trying to promote biofuels, right? So not dirty oil. They want biofuels, fuels from just waste, basically, right? But the problem with that, when they introduced this legislation on biofuels, that a certain amount of biofuels should be used for aviation industry, blah, 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 there was a loophole. Yeah, it was a loophole, and they were saying that biofuels are just anything of organic matter. So what was happening then was a lot of forest was cut down in illegal areas, and these timber were used to churn into, biofuels, and therefore the aviation industry sort of pretty much by law did it right. They are using timber. But NGOs are saying there's indirect land use change. Indirect land use change means, it's like a balloon effect. You wanna take from here, it goes there, and then you want to take from there, it goes here. It's I think for those who study law, it's very important to see what are some of the plus and minuses, what are some of the loopholes, in order for you to come up with policy and legislative changes that matter. Make sure that it's foolproof, it's watertight, it's timber tight, or whatever it is. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Before I share the next question, one of the participants has said that thank you for sharing real life incidents, and I agree on that.
Yeah, thank you. No problem.
Okay, so the next question is, in the race of being a fully developed whole, every single country is involved in ecocide one way or the other. urbanization, encroachment, etc., are some of the factors helping in destroying the ecosystem of some. So tribes from Andaman and Nicobar denied to join our new developed world and happily living in their own niche. Can you speak on how we can separate development and destruction of ecosystem?
How to separate development and environmental destruction? Wow. I do not have an answer for that, to be honest. Like, how do you separate one from the other? It's like David going against Goliath. Environmental destruction, like, it's victimless. A lot of times, people would say it's a victimless crime, and without a victim, you don't have solutions. And also environmental crime problems is, the harm is diffused. So you don't see it until many years later. The harm is not direct, right? Human health is not a direct harm. It's not a direct problem from the landfills. It needed to fester, right? The injury itself to the environment needs time to fester. So the crime of ecocide, the beauty about it is that there is an expert drafting panel right now who will come up with, hopefully will launch a legal definition next month. I was part of the subgroup that was discussing this crime as well. And we had a huge problem. We wanted to consider the issue of sustainable development using some of the language there in the law itself. However, on my team, we were kind of saying, well, sustainable development, it doesn't have teeth. It's a principle. It's not law, right? It's not legally required anywhere that in order to pursue any type of economic enhancement development, that sustainable development needs to be there. It's something that countries aspire to go for. Again, it's the balancing and environmental destruction. I think, yeah, it can be done, let's say, sustainably, but this would require a whole lot of policy changes. And sometimes, unfortunately, it would require a huge accident. It would require a huge news headline, breaking news, landslide, again, a mine collapse, a Fukushima kind of thing, a Bhopal thing, before anything happens. And I must say that if that happens, I would urge any one of you who are in that position of being a decision maker to run for that, run for it, to make sure that it gets addressed immediately. If you're going to be a parliamentarian one of these days, introduce that bill, get the support, get activists to support you, get the best lobbyists to help you out, because companies have lobbyists as well, and they pay a lot of money for lobbyists to lobby for them at governmental, intergovernmental, UN level, climate change levels. Yeah, so the NGOs need to work together. Lobbyists on the for the environment need to work together and realize that this is a David and Goliath kind of thing. I would like for my own consultancy firm, Green Transparency, to be like the one impactful environmental consultant on strategic advocacy out there. But to be honest, there has to be a million of such consultancies worldwide in order to go up against, traditional lobbyists that have, tried and tested everything and have succeeded at every turn to delay the process, to water down the language of the law. And to pay off, politicians to make sure they get elected so that their work gets done, their business gets supported, the pipelines get, constructed. Yeah, it's a very, very tough issue. And unfortunately, I don't have the answer.
Okay. So the next question we have is, should Chernobyl disaster also categorize under ecocide?
Yes, absolutely. If there was a law at that time, it would have been considered an ecocide. But the ICC, the International Criminal Court, didn't exist then. The law didn't exist then. Did the national law cover such incidences? It didn't. But guess what? There are 12 countries in the world that have ecocide defined under their criminal laws. And like I said in my previous, just in my previous answer, something needs to happen in order for the law to be introduced. The ecocide law in the former Soviet Union countries, we're talking Moldova, we're talking Georgia, we're talking Ukraine, we're talking ex-Soviet Russian countries, even Russia itself has a law on ecocide. Vietnam has a law on ecocide because of Agent Orange, but this is too late. Too little, too late. Has it ever been brought to court? Has a case ever been brought to court? No. Because again, if it's under criminal law, is the intent behind it. And a lot of companies can hide and shirt behind the corporate veil. They can also hide behind their governments itself. So yeah, ecocide, Chernobyl, Bhopal tragedy, Chernobyl, yes. Fukushima, ecocide, yes.
Okay. Ma'am, we have about 6-7 minutes more to the session, and we'll still be addressing the questions, the amount of questions we can by that time. So how the people are in Borneo being victimized by land grabbing? Is there any lack of awareness of law or lack of executive agencies not protecting the people?
Yes, there is a lack of executive agencies. Now, the problem there is, again, recognize this, right? Environmental crimes go hand in hand with governance issues. So governance issues here is, we're talking corruption. We're talking bribery of public officials. We're talking, quid pro quo. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. You close one ear, I close one eye, And in Borneo, the issue of land grabbing, it pretty much, I don't want to go into this whole debate about colonialism, but basically when the British left Malaysia, they basically left us with very little tools, yeah? And government officials at that point in time, the local ones, aspire to be, the next UK, aspire to be this, aspire to be rich. And so they took a stranglehold of very important positions within the ministries. So in my home state alone, Sarawak, the former chief minister made himself the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Land. So there itself, you already have a conflict of interest. So now within countries themselves, nowadays, there is more awareness about the conflict of interest between politicians and, certain atrocities that happen to the environment. And I think it needs to be highlighted. If there would be a sixth crime that could be introduced at the International Criminal Court, I would propose that grand corruption be one of it. Because grand corruption itself, it affects the people in so many ways. It has long-lasting effects on the people in terms of the economy, in terms of health, in terms of social issues, in terms of economic development. It really suppresses the people. If there were to be a solution to the problem in Malaysia, I would definitely encourage, and I myself am trying to, speak out on these issues as well, is to, support local initiatives. And recently, I've also been I've also been talking to people in the film industry. We're not talking Hollywood or Bollywood movies here, but we're talking independent filmmakers. I think that they are also the medium of the future generation. They will be able to come up with, in my opinion, narratives that hit the emotion, narratives that, exposes certain things in other parts of the world that have no relation whatsoever to them, but with a call of action. So my idea is also to create and help create impact for these film makers who are trying to address climate change, environment, Borneo, deforestation, orangutan, Bhopal, what to prevent, how to prevent these kind of things from happening again. So there's a lot of work to be done by us, the future generation. And I think the trick here is to sort of like identify innovative ways to make your voices heard. No longer, it goes hand in hand with lobbying. It goes hand in hand with demonstrations. It goes hand in hand with, these days, social media. So how do you make use of the tools that are available to you? And of course, you need to sort of like silence out all these fake news as well, right? And also be very, very, very careful who you speak to, because it's also a very risky business. It's risky in the sense that governments have gone after people have been murdered. Yeah, people who are exposed to government have in Malaysia have been found in cement barrels. Some of them have been pushed off buildings, some of them disappear. The list goes on. So this kind of work is very risky, but if you do it right, you do it from the advocacy level, you do it with other partners supporting you, then you at least have that sort of like, let's say a layer of protection, but do it anyways. If you can plug the idea into somebody's ear and make them do it, then do it. So for me, the film industry is another sector that I'm trying to bust into, because I've been involved with them for so many years now, but now I'm finally realizing I think I can help narrate certain things better and make sure that it's connected to all the appropriate initiatives and have a suitable call of action.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering all these questions. And we do still have a lot of questions, but due to time constraints, we would just have to end the session over here. So thank you so much for such an enlightening and interactive and insightful session.
Well, thank you.
It was great to have you over here.
Yes, I hope I did Dr. Mehta some justice, and I hope that everyone now realize what environmental crime is all about, what ecocide is all about, how this plays with politics, organized crime, companies, corporations, Greta Thunbergs of the world, future generations, and how other sectors that you've never thought about. IT, think about it. They can play a role in this in the future. Think of creative ways to involve them. I wish you all best of luck in your future endeavors. And I thank again you for inviting me, and sorry for this, very impromptu prep and very last minute interjections and ideas from myself. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. So I request participants that I have shared the feedback form for this session, and please fill it. So we move on to the next session, and I would like to say that please, in a couple of minutes, we'll be starting with the new session. So over to you, Ms. Paulamy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahima, and thank you, Shirlene. If you're still online, that was a very enlightening session, especially since you put it all together at such a short notice. This is exactly the kind of knowledge gap that we are trying to bridge between practice, international legal lacunas, and theoretical research that we all tend to do. We will very shortly, because our next speaker is already online, and I think Meredith, you do have the sharing rights. Hello, nice to meet you. So thank you everyone who stayed with us for so long. If it's not a problem, then we will move straight on to the next session, since our speaker is here and we are running right on time. Our last session for the day is on conservation criminology by Dr. Meredith Gaur. She's here as an associate professor from the Department of Geographical Sciences at the University of Maryland. She was previously faculty at Michigan State University and has completed her doctorate from Cornell. And she has a lot of research interest, of course, but what I've been told is that she mainly focuses on conservation issues such as wildlife trafficking, illegal logging, fishing, and mining. Meredith, earlier we had a keynote address from one of our speakers, Dr. Badola, who's part of an organization called Traffic Here, where we spoke a lot about it on the Indian context and how much is being done or how little is being done. So we look forward to having your take from the more global perspective. She's also a member of the National Academies of Sciences Jefferson Science Fellow, the US Department of State Embassy Science Fellow, and Emerging Wildlife Conservation Leader. So this is all something that puts you in positions of leadership in policy making and feeding action-based research towards lawmaking. So we look forward to listening to you for the next hour. In case somebody is joining us right now, welcome. And just a few instructions, just keep your mics on mute and you can drop the questions on the chat box. We'll be taking them at the end of the session. Thank you, and over to Meredith.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you all today. It's a real honor, and I think that I'm definitely thinking of all of you all around the world, but particularly in India right now that are coping with the however many surges of COVID. I think that if there's one good thing that can come out of this, it's an opportunity for me to be able to engage in these kinds of conversations with students like yourself. Thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to join you all. And what I would like to do is share a PowerPoint presentation and hopefully engage in a dialogue with you all about something that I'm very passionate about, and that is environmental crime. And so it's really exciting to have a chance to connect with you all today. So I'm going to share my screen and go like this and just check my chat box. I would love it if you have a question in the middle, please ask. I really want this to be for you. I want to provoke thinking about topics that you all can study and engage in as professionals and members of society. So here's my email, my Twitter handle, and my website. I'm sure I'm so appreciative to Jibs for having me here. So thank you again for the invitation. So I want to just give you some background about where I kind of come from, why I'm motivated, and I think also the privileges that I have to acknowledge as a scientist. I like to say that humans are my species. I have had interdisciplinary training all around the world and in collaboration with many conservation organizations and government agencies. I conduct science with public communities, with local communities, and then also to parastatal organizations like the United Nations. In the United States, we have this land grant model of our universities, and some of you may be familiar with this, but what this is there's one university in every state of the country, and the university conducts research that's meaningful to the people and the environment in that state. And so that's how I was trained in land grant models, in land grant universities. And so my work is inherently focused on real world problems. I've had a lot of support from my mom and dad, and I need to recognize that. And I also have personal and professional networks that have really enabled me to grow as a scientist. I'm going to talk a lot about content today, but I fail all the time. And so I want to just acknowledge that I really try to learn the lesson from failure. I don't always do that, but I fail all the time. And so I think that trying to learn the lesson in those instances is something that I think sometimes I'm good at, and I fail all the time. And then sometimes I just fall. So anyway, so I think, you know, over the course of this certificate course, you've talked about the degradation of human environment relationships in the era that we're living in. Human environment relationships are degrading all over the world. The likelihood and impact of this degradation is increasing, the scope and the scale, as well as the cost of degraded relationships and also associated system failure. Actually, just today in the news, I saw that we had a hurricane here in, I think it was last year. I don't remember which hurricane it was actually, but they calculated that climate change increased the cost of responding to this hurricane by $8 billion US. And so, you know, the cost of system failures from, you know, environmental degradation and global environmental change is massive. Plus, the connectivity has never been higher. So that really creates issues. My phone is ringing. I forgot to take my phone off the ringer. So I'm going to do two things at once because that's what we can do in the age of COVID and when we're doing Zoom. So the World Economic Forum has this global risk perception survey, and they've been doing it for a really long time. And one thing that was really noteworthy in 2019 was that for the first time ever, and I don't know if you can see this, I'm going to move this, these environmental risks, which are caused, which are denoted by this green diamond here, these are the risks that are perceived as being the highest likelihood and then also the highest impact. So this is hugely noteworthy because you know, for our parents, maybe it was nuclear, you know, a nuclear risk or a geopolitical risk like a terrorist attack. But today, extreme weather events, natural disasters, failure of climate change mitigation and adaptation. These are the things that people are really worried about now. The current and global extinction risk of different species in different groups is frightening. And this really shows the scope and the scale of global environmental change. And so you can see this is the International Union for Conservation of Nature has this categorization of risk. So they say that some species are not threatened. They're species designated as least concern, so they'd be green. And then the orange and kind of red colors here, these are animals that are a species that are at greater extinction risk. And so what you can see is that across bony fishes, dragonflies, reptiles, crustaceans, dicots, cycads, there is not one class of species that is not threatened. And so, you know, we're not really talking about a niche issue anymore. I also wanted to share this map or this visualization here. The United Nations Office on Disaster Risk Reduction shows this comparison of risk over time. So the period of time between 1980 and essentially 2000, and then 2000 to 2019. So over the past 40 years, what do we see? The disaster events by type are increasing, and they're also increasing in magnitude. So this is you know, evidence in support of these public perceptions of risk. You know, this is really something that's happening. I do a lot of work with conservation crime, right? So we're talking about illegal logging, illegal fishing, illegal wildlife trade. And so the global cost estimates of these crimes vary, but range from anywhere between $73 billion US a year to $216 billion. This is a huge number. And then also you can think about comparing this to the illegal drug trade, which is certainly bigger. But what we're talking about here is essentially a third of the value, which is still really, really substantial. we are so connected. We're more connected than ever before. I think that, I use this flow chart to illustrate flows in rhino horn. And so there are countries that we don't necessarily think as being that really well connected. You have Namibia being connected with Thailand, with being connected with Malaysia, with being connected with China. You have Angola being connected with Vietnam and being connected with Laos. But I think that this idea of connectivity is really important when you think about global environmental change. It's really, the world really is connected. The global pandemic has showed us some of the very real dimensions of this connectivity and some of the major structural injustices associated with connectivity. But you can't argue that we have flows of environmental products that influence where we are today. So I want to just, I know the previous speaker had an opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the harms associated with degradation. And I'd like to kind of really talk a little bit about the harms and risks associated with conservation crime, with intentional degradation. So a lot of the times with wildlife trafficking, for example, you see violence that threatens animals and people. There are people that are rangers, there are poachers, and there's violence against these individuals. They're often killed. Wildlife trafficking undermines the rule of law. It lowers returns on sustainable development investments. It removes taxable revenue from the legal supply chain. It degrades cultural resources and heritage. It relates to biological invasions and zoonotic diseases, pathogens of pandemic potential. It converges with other serious crimes, fuels corruptions and other forms of criminality, and magnifies environmental and structural injustices. And now I know many of you are in India, if not all of you. Forgive me, I didn't have a chance. There's 163 people on right now, so I don't know where all of you are from, but I think the majority of you are in India. And although I haven't shown any specific examples so far, I know from research and from collaborators and also from your previous speakers, all of these risks are present in India. Indeed, they may look different in different parts of the country and for different natural resources, whether or not it's illegal sand mining or wildlife trafficking or illegal logging, but you have these risks diffused across society, and it can be really, it can be really challenging. Now, what I believe is that science can help offer solutions. Science isn't the only solution, but it offers some solution. And so what I want to do is talk a little bit about some of the stakeholders or what we see in the science. First of all, a lot of stakeholders are silent and they have limited societal interfaces, right? And so you may have a tree. Well, a tree can't tell you that it's been illegally logged. We have a lot of issues with environmental defenders, or we have women that are subjected to violence, or other types of vulnerable individuals who have limited societal interfaces. And so that means that it can be hard sometimes to actually measure conservation crime. Also, people that are engaging in conservation crime are often engaged in doing it in secret. They're doing it in covert ways. And so, they also engage in very dynamic adaptation to avoid detection. And so this means that it can be, again, hard to measure and hard to track. Data are fragmented, they're not comprehensive, and there's a reluctance or an inability to share data. So you may have, scientists or practitioners working on illegal logging in the east, the eastern part of the country, and then illegal fishing in the southwest. You may have individuals that are focused on borders, and some people that are focused on airports, and they don't necessarily share data, and they don't necessarily have data structured in a way that actually enables coordination. Resources are limited and often insufficient to combat the problem. And so this means that we wind up prioritizing to the really high charismatic species like rosewood or orchids or elephants and rhinos, when the fact of the matter is that there's so many issues that have touch points on this issue. So what I have focused my research on is interdisciplinary science. So I think that solutions to these problems require at least 3 kind of bodies of science. The first is conservation biology. So this is, trying to understand ecosystem impacts, sustainable development, livelihood preservation, ecosystem health, community structures, et cetera. And this includes the human dimension, but really we're talking about ecology, biology, systems. But also there's this human dimension. There are these criminology and crime science dimensions. So here we're talking about, opportunity theories of crime, compliance and deterrence. And I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about environmental criminology in a few minutes. There's also risk and decision making. So why do people make the decisions that they do? How do we make more effective decisions? How do we promote more effective governance, try to combat corruption or reduce the negative impacts associated with corruption? And then how can we better cope with the fact that different people perceive different levels of risk and perceive different risks to be of higher priority and worthy of attention? And so all of these dimensions are relevant to sort of science that supports solution to conservation crime. And so what I have done in my area of expertise is to think about what happens when you mesh sciences, what happens when you put it all together. So you might think about this as like a multicolor Venn diagram. And the way that I look at this is when you have all these overlapping shades of light, at the end you get white light. You get this clear kind of picture of what's happening that can really shine a light on a problem. So when you have a situation where you have rule violations and harms, you have risk and decision making, you have criminology and criminal justice, and then you have natural resource policy and management situations. If you overlap them, then conservation criminology may be a scientific lens that you can use to look at the problem and then try to come up with some solutions. So what I would like to propose to you today is that conservation criminology changes the data landscape. It enables us to think about different variables that are relevant to the science. It enables us to think about trends over time, aggregating and disaggregating data, monitoring and evaluation, and also increasing our transparency and accountability across different sectors and donors. I think also, when we're talking about conservation crimes, because it's so big, it's so broad, it's so multidimensional, we need as many people working on this problem set as possible. And so, are there new entry points for intervention? Are there new partnerships, new opportunities for equity and inclusion? I think all of these things really, really matter. So what I want to do right now is talk a little bit about environmental criminology. I'm hoping that you can walk away with some really concrete tools from the literature to bring to your real world situations. Before I do this, does anybody have any questions?
I don't think so. We haven't received any on the chat.
Okay.
So I think we can go ahead.
Okay. So environmental criminology and crime analysis are 2 terms that focus on the difference between crime and criminality. When we're focused on the crime event, we ask questions about where did it happen? When did it happen? Who, what, why, how, the interrogatives, right? And this is, I think, important because we know that criminal behavior is significantly influenced by the nature of the environment in which it occurs, right? So crime that happens in urban ecosystems is different than rural ecosystems. Mountainous ecosystems are different than ocean ecosystems. But geography is not the sole determinant of the situation. There's also like the criminal's disposition or the person's disposition. So you need a disposition plus a situation, and that's what gives you crime. So this helps us to remember that the distribution of crime in time and space is not random. It is concentrated. And so thinking about how space and place interacts with each other enables us to think about crime patterns, right? So knowing how crime is patterned and the role of criminogenic environments is key for its investigation, control, and prevention. So this idea of environmental criminology and crime analysis, it's multidisciplinary, it's interdisciplinary, right? So it involves all these different kinds of disciplines. And it's based on observation and experience. So it is empirical in its nature. And then it's also utilitarian. So I have an example of a foot patrol experiment here. But we have bench science like astrophysics, and that's really, really, really cool science in my opinion, but it's not necessarily as utilitarian as crime science can be. So that's something to think about. So this, to further elaborate on this difference between environmental criminology and crime analysis. So environmental criminology, it's like a family of theories, and they focus on crime events. So this then tells you, find the crime patterns, explain them, derive rules, and make predictions. And this will then help you develop preventative strategies. When you're dealing with environmental crime, you often want to prevent the crime from happening in the first place. So if I have my cell phone stolen, that's unfortunate, but I can respond to it. And because I've backed up my data, I am able to essentially recover, and I've lost some time and some money. But at the end of the day, I get my cell phone back, or the worst case scenario is I break or buy a new one, right? So that's a response. But this is an inanimate object. It's not alive. If a tree is cut, it's done, right? And even with songbirds and reptiles and fish, a lot of the times you can't just repatriate these species. So once they're killed, you can't go back. So preventing these crimes from happening in the first place is really a high priority a lot of the time. So crime analysis, on the other hand, this is an investigative tool. It focuses on the patterns of crime events, and it uses crime data and police reports. It analyzes crime patterns, and it provides tactical advice on investigations, deployment of resources, and prevention. So one idea that you may have heard of before is problem-oriented policing, or POP. And this is like a current best practice way of thinking about policing. In many places around the world. And again, this is a method for analyzing and solving crime problems. It's data and evidence driven. And what it tells us is that it's crime specific. So you can think about automobile theft, or illegal logging, or reptile trafficking, or car radio theft. You really need to be specific. And it offers the 4 stages of problem solving, which are called SARA, scanning, analysis. Oops, I can't remember, but I have the acronym on another slide. So POP focuses on prevention, right? So, and that's one of the big differences of problem-oriented policing with other policing approaches. But this idea of prevention is so compelling for those of us that work in this space, right? Because we really don't want the animals to die. And we don't want humans to get, we don't want humans to suffer violence. We want to prevent these challenges from happening in the first place. So we have a question: which organization makes rules and regulations regarding the environmental crime and how they deal with it? Yeah, I mean, the organizational side of things definitely matters. And sometimes we also have informal organizations that make rules about environmental crime and how they deal with it. Yes, thank you. Somebody helped me with scanning, analysis, response, and assessment. One more question. Do I think that there's a need for a common law throughout the world for certain types of continental, sort of like transnational environmental species for protection from poaching? And this question is specifically in reference to elephants and rhinos. I think that having a common, so I'm not a lawyer, but I do think that having a common way of coping with these types of problems would help. I don't think that it's going to solve the problem, but I do think that that would be something that would provide oversight, and almost like a Rosetta Stone, like a way to like interpret and link all of the criminal dimensions and criminal justice dimensions. Yes, I think that our laws and our ways of doing things are appropriately different around the world, right? Like that diversity is one of our global strengths, but at the same time, it can also be really, really challenging. And then one student noted that the IUCN looks after such cases. So the International Union for Conservation of Nature doesn't have any jurisdictional authority. However, though, they can't do anything in a court of law. They don't have any regulatory power. And so that is something that is noteworthy. So the IUCN can certainly help with like data standardization and data sharing, but in terms of a common law and the implementation of that law, they don't have that authority. Somebody asked, is there a common digital platform in India where these concerns can be reported? That's an interesting question. There's WildLeaks, which is like WikiLeaks, except for wildlife crime. And so that is something that I believe is globally accessible. It is focused on wildlife though. So I don't know how much that would do for you for like trees or fish or things like that. Yeah, so this is great. Maybe if you all have additional suggestions for India specific like digital platforms. And I know of quite a few, so I can also let you guys know this offline. I'll also say that it's not just reporting, but sometimes it's also data sharing. And so there's a couple of organizations that I've actually been working with in India that have some really cool digital platforms, and they're really like leveraging technology to try to share data. And that's really important. Thank you for those questions. This is great. So I want to go on with these POP principles a little bit more. And what I want to do is remind you that, right, so these are focused on problems. They seek microscopic examination of problems. They're outcome focused. It involves prevention, uses all types of alternatives to the criminal justice system, and engages all stakeholders when needed. It also implements new strategies when while being mindful of obstacles and costs. So this sounds great, right? When we have, situations where we have tortoise trafficking, or we have something going on at airports or seaports, this enables us to really focus on a particular place and the problems that are being manifested at that particular port. It also evaluates the effectiveness of interventions. This is something that the conservation community really doesn't do well. So we often implement interventions and campaigns and educational programs, and then we don't see what the impact of this effort is. And that's incredibly frustrating when it comes to wildlife crime and conservation crime. Looking at arrest rates can be very biased. Looking at seizure data can be very biased. And so thinking about alternative ways to measure the effectiveness of interventions is really important. Also, there are POP principles. When you report results, it benefits other police agencies. It contributes to further professionalization of the police. So the techniques with POP can be applied to kind of all issues that the police have to work on. So problem-oriented policing and SARA. Somebody in the crowd remembered this, and I really appreciate it. Scanning, analysis, response, assessment. So we want to really define specific problems. And we want to be specific here. This is the key word. Snare poaching in John Corlett National Park is a problem. Well, okay, that's sort of specific, but let's get more specific. Is it tigers? Is it something else? Like, what is the actual very specific actionable problem? Then we want to do an in-depth analysis to understand the causes of these problems. And the analysis ideally involves multiple kinds of data. It can be really great to get, ecological data about how Indian star tortoises are being smuggled out of the airport in Mumbai. But then it can also be really interesting to think about the ecological dimensions, the airplane routes, the modus operandi, et cetera, on the of how the smugglers go. So the more data and the better kind of quality analysis you have here, the better. Then you also have responses, right? So what removes the causes of these problems and is sustainable? What can bring lasting reduction to the problem? And we're really talking here about the crime and not the criminal, right? Again, we're trying to prevent these things from happening in the first place. And then assessment, evaluate how successful these activities have been. So I'm not going to spend too much more time on Sarah because it sounds like a lot of you, or some of you, or one of you, kind of know what's going on with Sarah. And so this is not just limited to wildlife trafficking or conservation crime. It's everywhere. Somebody had a question about what about countries who openly deny to cooperate and coordinate with other countries in order to work on species and biodiversity conservation? I think this is a really important question. And I also think that there are organizations, there are universities, there are, yes, there are governments who don't coordinate, right? So, one thing that I'm aware of would be, my understanding is, well, India has an amazing infrastructure, right? So like reliable roads, airports, rail. And so India, in addition to also having really like well-managed protected areas, not that there's not a problem, not that it's perfect, but we have, situations where there's transnational movement of products. And so, how well is India coordinating with Nepal, for example, on transnational movement? Do they share data? But then also say there's an organization like a conservation organization, like, SaveTheWildlife.com or something, are they coordinating data? Not always. And then say you have universities, are they sharing data? Not always. So I actually think this question that Annalika asked is really, really important. Many countries deny coordination. Many organizations deny coordination. And in this sense, shame on the conservation community because we can be doing better. The humanitarian disaster community, they share data. There's a lot of other sectors that share data and the conservation community doesn't. We have a lot of room to grow there. So also thank you, Shankar. Hi. Right. So then there's the Wildlife Enforcement Monitoring Systems Initiative, which can improve enforcement information in multiple formats, right? So it could be quantitative, it could be qualitative. And this is in Africa. But I think that there are a lot of opportunities to take the principles from WEMS and implement them really anywhere in the world, because these data, these processes that I'm talking about now, they can, like scanning, analysis, assessment, and response, these are ideas that can actually be put down and adapted anywhere in the world. So I think there's broad transferability there. Anil asked, for roads, dams, et cetera, development works, a huge part of land with vegetation is destroyed by the government. And is this an environmental crime or an erratic policy of the government? That's a really interesting question. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, an environmental crime is an activity that's in contravention to the law. And so it would be really good to hear from the environmental lawyers in the group, because a crime is a regulatory violation. Now, criminalizing a behavior, that's the most extreme form of like social sanctioning. So there can also be like normative violations, right? And so it might not be a crime to issue a permit to destroy vegetation, but it's something that is, considered to be just above and beyond in terms of its degradation. And so it probably could be both an environmental crime and an erratic policy of a government at the same time. And I guess I would like to offer that approaching something as an environmental crime, deforestation, illegal logging as an environmental crime, is only one way to think about the issue. Crime science and criminology tells us that there's also normative ways, there's regulatory ways that we can get, there's regulatory and non-regulatory ways that we can try to work on these issues. Any more questions for now? I love that you guys are asking questions. Thank you. So I think Sarah's really interesting. And so I'll share these slides with you all later, but here's, these kind of the major steps and the stages in Sarah. And I think that this can be a really useful tool on the ground. One of the things that I really appreciate about Sarah is that it focuses on this idea of opportunities. And opportunity is really the key to commit crime. And it offers that in a certain circumstance, any of us may be put in a position to engage in crime. What is our opportunity? So opportunity is the chemistry for crime, right? So human beings react to our environment. Is it sunny? Is it cold? Do we live in a dense population? Do we live in a rural population? No crime can occur without the physical opportunity to carry it out. So there's no car theft without a car. There's no illegal logging without a log. So then this question becomes, what are the physical opportunities for conservation crime? And this, I think, is really, really important. This opportunity is something that we can do a lot more of for measuring. Aditya said, when discussing the collection of data on the environment, are there any methods through which social and cultural loss and degradation can be recorded or understood, given that they are immensely integrated to questions of environmental degradation and injustice, especially for indigenous or native communities, but cannot be quantified? Yes, excellent question. And I think that when I conduct conservation criminology research, I think about taking technical data like, say, satellite imagery, and then I also take indigenous people and local community data. And you can all kind of integrate it, and you can actually use like GIS sometimes to think about thinking about these ideas. And in fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into another presentation and I'm going to show you a map. I'm going to show you a map of this. So I do work on illegal logging. And so this is Madagascar, but what we did here is we looked at the opportunity structures underlying crime. We wanted to find out, how does illegal rosewood logging happen? Rosewood logging is a big issue here. So this is a land cover map that we took from, it was an open access satellite map. And what it did is it showed us forest cover, and then we put some towns and rivers on the map to help create a sense of place and standardization. And then what we did is we put a piece of plastic overlay on top of the maps, and we had people draw with stickers and markers. You can see there's different colored pens here. There's some tape. And what we did is we said, where are the trees? Where are the roots? Where are the stockpiles? Where are the police? And then what we did is we digitized the maps. And so we also asked people to rank risks, high, medium, and low risk for logging. And so that's what these different colored circles is. So you can see there are like lots of red dots over here. There's a couple of blue dots over here. So then we also asked people to look at where the police are. And so all the different colored triangles are different kinds of police. Now, in Madagascar, there are many different forms of police, ranging from like, there's communal police, there's national park police, there's federal police, blah, blah, blah. So there's just many different kinds of authorities that have the ability to respond if they wanted to. So then we look at the map and we said, well, what's interesting here? Okay, well, here's an example where there's a low risk of logging on top of an authority's office. So that's like good, right? This is a situation where you have, authorities doing their job locally. I also see that there's a high risk of illegal logging here on a MNP, on a Madagascar National Parks office. So what this tells me is that this is a really important location to go to. There's something about this place that's creating opportunities for crime. And so this is a way to start prioritizing our thinking about the topic. Also, I want to show you that people mapped really high high risk locations in the ocean. I didn't ask people to put trees in the ocean. When you ask local people to map meaningful places, they usually tell you what the researcher doesn't know, right? And so what they were actually telling me was that they knew the locations where the logs were brought out. So the logs are floated to the coast, buried on the beach, and then when a giant container ship comes down from like the Gulf of Aden or the Horn of Africa, they bring the illegal logs, they float them out, or they float them out on other species of trees to the large container ships and hoist them up the side of the ship. So this was really, really important. And then what we did is we used GIS to kind of equalize and find out where are the really high risk areas, where are the low risk areas. Now, this point about Indigenous people and local communities, you will see a whole cluster of three. There's a cluster of 3 dots right here. We went and we replicated this mapping activity again and again and again, and then you can just put the plastic overlays on top of each other. There were 3 women who were hired by the illegal loggers to bring them food. And so these women were the only ones who were able to identify these locations on the map because they had a really privileged piece of information. Now, if we hadn't asked them, these local communities, these women, to use their voice, we never would have been able to identify these really important places on the map. And it would have really changed the way that our data landscape looks. And so what you can see is when you're talking about prioritizing, incorporating local community voices and Indigenous voices in combination with some really high-tech data like land cover data can result in some really fantastic visualizations. And that's just really, I think, useful. Sorry, that was like a little bit of a tangent. And can I comment on the environmental and social conditions that influence crime? Yes, I can talk a lot about the opportunity conditions. And I don't think that it's, I don't think that I can say biological, psychological, and social factors, but what I'm hoping to do is talk about opportunity theories of crime here. So give me a couple minutes, and I hope by the time I'm through this presentation, I'll have answered some of your questions. So opportunity theories of crime say that anybody can engage in a crime, right? And so you can think about macro level, so this would be like more sociological, meso level, which would be neighborhood or like a community or an organizational approach. And then there's micro level, so like a psychological or an individual. And so depending on which, depending on which level you're interested in, there are different opportunity theories that you might want to consider. So for that question, you might want to think about routine activity theory, crime pattern theory, and then rational choice theory. And I'm going to talk about all of these in my talk, but I want to make sure that you also realize that none of them is perfect. None of them is perfect. So opportunity theories, they have a number of shared assumptions. They explain crime as an act itself, not a disposition. It says that crime is the result of an interaction between a disposition and a situation, right? And so in this instance, the disposition of the potential offender and the situation interact. But if that group doesn't have an opportunity, a crime will never be created. And so this idea of thinking about the opportunity structure, I think, is a very like progressive way of thinking about the issue. So again, routine activity theory tells us that the way that opportunities arise and decline are a result of societal change. So this would be looking at governance, looking at poverty, looking at war, potentially, a change in geopolitics or something like that. Crime pattern theory tells us how offenders seek and find opportunities for crime in the course of their everyday lives. So this crime pattern theory is really useful when it comes to thinking about like a particular area, maybe not necessarily like a transnational organized crime. And then rational choice theory talks about how criminal decisions are made. And so honestly, it depends on the question that you're asking. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? that's where you should start. And then you can think about the theoretical framework that best fits your your context. So I don't know how many of you have seen this crime triangle. Has anybody seen this? Can you guys raise hands? I just want to see, like, has anybody seen this crime triangle? This crime triangle is one of the most, I think, important graphics that I've ever seen. And I'm interested to know what the rest of you think. It doesn't look like a ton of us have seen it. I see Nebin has seen it. Okay, I don't see a lot of hands up, which is totally fine. But Nevin, you and I can, and Devi, sorry, Sri, Udit, thank you. What this tells you, okay, is that crime here requires 3 ingredients to occur: a motivated offender, a lack of guardians, and a suitable target. If you do not have all 3 ingredients, a crime will never be created. The opportunity for crime will never be created. So what this tells me is that if you want to remove an opportunity for harm, you need to remove one leg of the stool. You need to target one of these triangles. You need to target a lack of guardianship. You need to target the motivated offenders, or you need to target the suitable targets. You need to think about breaking one triangle. And I think that this is really hard to do when you're dealing with protected areas and wildlife in particular, or trees, because the suitable targets, conservationists are saying, hey, look at John Corlett National Park. We're doing an amazing job protecting species here. You know, like, this is where all the suitable targets are. Or you can look at like a land cover map and you can say, oh, this is where all the like teak wood is, or all the rosewood is. So the targets can be really hard to address sometimes. On the other hand, you can secure them. You can try to make them unsuitable. And so that's one way that you can try to break the chain, break the triangle. Now, I think it's really important that we remember, when we're dealing with conservation crimes, we're often dealing with individuals who are trying to engage in livelihood subsistence. And so when you think about what is the crime and whose crime, a lot of times people have been evicted from their land, and they've been told that they're not able to access natural resources in ways that they used to. And so in that situation, they may not even think that they're engaging in a crime, or the rules may be illegitimate. And so these are really important things to think about when it comes to trying to prevent crime from occurring. So this routine activity theory also offers us a way of thinking about the important elements of crime. So I like to think, sometimes I like to think about like crime, like on stage. Like if I was like a play, like if I was directing a play, what are the stages in the criminal act? Like what happens first? What happens second? What happens third? Do people enter stage right, stage left, stage top, stage bottom, right? What's the prelude? What's the incident? And what's the aftermath? And I'm really interested in what happens in the prelude, because this is before the crime happens. This is before the tree is cut. This is before all the tortoises are put in a suitcase and smuggled across a border through the airport. This is the opportunity to prevent the crime from occurring in the first place. And so I think it's it's a very important stage in the criminal act. Now, I appreciate that the aftermath, responding to the crime, seizing the tortoises in the airport, sentencing the offender. I understand that that's important. I agree. But the crime has already been committed. You can't go back in time. I would love that if you could. I mean, only in some instances, I guess, would I like to go back in time. I digress. Going and stopping a crime, preventing a crime from happening in the first place is really relevant to conservation. So, sorry, I was thinking about myself as a teenager for a minute, and I was like, I don't want to go back there. Sorry. But with regards to wildlife trafficking, yes, we want to think about where can we intervene and how do we prevent crime from occurring. So, you know, again, these rational choice principles offer that criminal behavior is purposive, that people are intentionally engaging in crime behavior. Not all crime is purposive, purposive. So in those instances, rational choice is not for you. This idea also says that criminal behavior is rational, and that crime offender decision making varies with the nature of the crime. So if there may be the ingredients, all the ingredients in the crime triangle, but a potential offender still may not take advantage of that particular situation on that day. Maybe it's Monday and the situation is different than it is on Tuesday. So that difference is important to think about, and this idea of crime specificity. I want to acknowledge that whether or not people choose to involve in an offense has this three stages of decision making. There's the initiation, like the background factors, the habituation, and then the desistance. And so, what are the background factors that influence my decision making? Well, I'm a single mom and I have six kids to feed. And I don't have a really good job that's reliable. And so, I'm looking for new ways to, support my family, or I'm being blackmailed by my boss at my job and I don't really know any other way to get out of this. And so I'm socially pressured or professionally pressured. There's also this idea of habituation, where people become used to a lifestyle, particularly when people don't have employment. They may be more willing to engage in activities that bring them a reliable source of income. One thing that we almost never look at in conservation crime is, why do people desist? What happens when conservation crime is no longer rewarding? And I think that these types of questions are really important. And so these decisions have a sequence, right? And so these decisions can be the decisions can be made during the preparation stage, the target selection stage, the commission of the act, the escape, or the aftermath. So again, these are all intervention points that you can think about in intervening. So what I want to do now is also just talk about crime pattern theory. So we know that crime is not randomly distributed in space and time. Oops, this should say space, not spare. I think it's interesting to think about the geometry of crime. Crime is related to places where we spend our time and the pathways between them. And so crime is not randomly distributed across a landscape. It's not at a local level. And so crime pattern theory talks to us about ways to interpret and predict crimes using patterns. So somebody asked, Ronak asked, is over-consumerism not a conservational crime? And I think that's a really interesting question. So I think that what we're talking about with conservation crimes are activities and behaviors that are violations of the rule of law. And so the rule of law is the rule that's on the books. Now, sometimes people may not know what that law actually is, but they still may be violating it. And so my impression is that over-consumerism is not against the rule of law anywhere. The violations become normative. And so if a violation is normative, if over-consumerism, if we agree that it's not good, it's not right, it's not just, then thinking about criminal justice ways to reduce over-consumerism, it's a mismatch. So conservation criminology and criminal justice approaches are only relevant really when you're dealing with violations of the rule of law. And what am I trying to say? It only goes so far. So we need other approaches to help us understand some of these normative violations like over-consumerism, which is a very excellent question. So I think it's interesting to think about activity spaces and nodes, like paths and edges. And so I have a lot of friends that are in computer science, that do operations engineering. And these folks really, they think about like, well, where does somebody live? Where do they work? Where do they play? And then how does this influence the activity space and the way that people use their environment in support of crime. And so I think that these nodes, edge, and paths are really useful to think about when it comes to crime pattern theory. And then this can also tell you like how hotspots develop, like what attracts crime? Why is crime happening here and not there? Why is wildlife poaching happening in this park and not in this park? Why is this airport being used to smuggle wildlife and not that airport? What is attracting crime and enabling crime in this area? And then what is attracting and what is enabling crime? So this idea of spatial concentration and crime pattern also says that crime concentrates, like 80% of the crime is located in 20% of the spaces. And so this is what then gives you a hotspot, like a place that has a disproportionately high rate of reported crimes or calls for police assistance. So you have flag and boost characteristics. Hotspots flag places, but then they can also boost the locale as being a hotspot. You can also have acute versus chronic hotspot. So why is this protected area more attractive, or like why is this a hotspot now and it wasn't before? And then you have another park that's been a problem for like a really long time and nothing is changing. We also can think about the journey to crime. There are these principles of distance decay and least effort. There's how offenders determine how far to travel based on location and offender's presence. And then also there's this idea of crime concentration. Again, for many events, roughly 80% of the effects come from 20% of the causes, and 20% of a group accounts for 80% of the outcome. 20% of offenders are responsible for 80% of the crime. This isn't always the way that we wind up directing our investments, but we do know this from theory. So I want to talk about ways that crime can concentrate in conservation. You may want to focus your analysis on people, things, places, facilities, or time, right? And so the concepts then are different depending on what concentration is of interest to you. And if you, which location is specific to you, that goes back to that original scan. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? Is it people related, thing related, place related, facilities related, or something else? We do sometimes talk about repeat offenders and crime. And so what we often say is that we should be focusing on the troublemakers to boost prevention, right? So successful offending leads to more offending, and offenders learn from each other. And this also results in a situation, it erodes, it makes crime easier. So where do we know? Do we know where and when to look for effective prevention? The victims of crime have a higher risk from victimization. And so we also know that a small percentage of victims experience a large percent of crime. So these are all just things to think about when it comes to the patterns of crime. So what I want to do is I want to talk to you about this hot products analysis called CRAVED. And the CRAVED criteria are over here: concealable, removable, available, valuable, enjoyable, disposable. So the question then becomes, how well do products have, like, how much do they have these criteria? And we've thought about this in terms of parrot poaching, right? And so how concealable are parrots? How removable are parrots? How available, valuable, enjoyable, disposable? And depending on these criteria, this helps us identify like which species of parrots are most likely to be targeted, like what's hot right now. And this then helps defenders think more strategically about where they're going to invest their resources. Aditya asked, can the understanding of the offender's awareness space within the routine activities theory be extended to be thought of as an entity that's created by varying circumstances, exposure, and ontological positions? That's a really interesting question. I think, yes, I think that we often think of offenders as being like really poor, really undereducated. And I think that they often have very great awareness of the edges and spaces and nodes. I have I'm going to go back to that other presentation. I should have just like merged all my slides together. But we do know that in some instances there can be a lot of offender learning. And that offender learning often includes this kind of like situational awareness of space. I guess what I can show, oh, that's not what it's not in this presentation. Let me see if I can find it because I have a really cool map. Let me see if it's in here. What we see in some instances is that, so this is wild meat trafficking in Republic of Congo. And so what we've seen here is that, you know, you can look at the flows between protected areas and cities. And what we've seen, I actually have a paper coming out on this probably in like early July, but through interviews, we've been able to see how offenders moved around checkpoints. Like, what are the strategies and techniques that offenders illustrated to demonstrate their awareness? And it's this idea of like, yes, it's essentially offender learning, if you will. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think it's a really important dimension. And I do think that it's definitely influenced by like circumstances, exposure, and also like lived experiences. I also think sometimes it can be gendered. We see that women and men do have different senses of awareness of their space. So in that Congo study that I was referring to, we saw women, women were using different modes of transportation to traffic bushmeat than men were. And so there's a whole, like, then the question becomes why, right? And what we found is that men were taking much more like public forms of transportation and women were taking more like taxis or motorbikes. So like the volume of people was less. So that's interesting. Like, why? Was that like a physical safety thing? Was it a privacy thing? Was it a money thing? Like, who knows? But that's really interesting. To me, it's really interesting. So I like your question. Thank you. So this idea of craved was then renamed captured because I love criminologists and they love acronyms, right? So there was this idea that captured emerged out of craved. And so then you could look at different types of criteria, and looking at these different types of criteria would further enable you to determine what's hot. We did this in Kinshasa and Brazzaville, and we looked at upper, middle, and lower tier restaurants. So we wanted to see what's hot in these different restaurants. And so what you can see is that there are different ways of describing species, and depending on the decision criteria and what kind of restaurant you're at, there's a different kind of species that's of interest well, this was through a focus group. So the focus group identified different restaurants had different hot products. And in this case, we weren't using captured, we were using another one called Viva. But what was really interesting here is that pangolin showed up on the menu. So these are cane rats, and cane rats are very, they're abundant in this area. And so these are not an endangered species. So this was good to know. But from a species of conservation concern, cane rat wasn't really a species of conservation concern. So maybe there's an opportunity, because they're hot, maybe there's like a hot product, maybe there's an opportunity to do like cane rat ranching or some sort of like farming where these cane rats can be produced sustainably to service restaurants. what was also noteworthy is that, like, why are pangolins showing up everywhere? Because pangolins are a protected species, and like, why are they so cheap? Why are they so cheap to buy? Why are they so cheap to buy fresh, smoked, or alive? So we said, you know, is this bad data, or are we missing something? And it turned out we replicated it, and it was we were missing something. And so then the question becomes, what's going on here? And it was actually because in this area, the really high value, it was a difference between pangolin scales and pangolin meat. So that was really, that was like a big deal for that particular study. But this idea of like what's hot and why can really influence and improve our decision making when it comes to focusing on species of conservation concern. I'm sorry that you all are facing network issues. Should I don't know if there's anything that I can do about that.
No, it's fine. We're recording the session, so we can make that available later.
Okay, thank you. So this idea of hot products analysis is really useful for any types of crime, like crimes in grocery stores, or crimes in health and beauty products, or crimes in clothing. And so it's very applicable to crimes in the environment as well. So it would be really interesting to think about like carbon credits, illegal logging, sand mining, e-waste, things like that. And we can really see that there's this temporal concentration, you know, for for hotspots and crime patterns. One of the things that we also can think about is risky facilities. Now, risky facilities analysis is a way of talking particularly about like a building or a place that has a specific public or private function, like a football stadium or a cricket field or a bank. What's really interesting is that only a small percentage of any specific type of facility will account for the majority of crime by the group. And so it's interesting to think about, gosh, airports seem to be used a lot by wildlife traffickers. Well, actually, it's a small percentage of specific types of facilities. It's usually international airports. And a lot of the time it's the mega international airports because the offenders have a better chance of getting through in those instances. There's just more chaos than there is anything else. So knowing which facilities experience the most and fewest problems suggests some contributing factors. And this is something that we might be able to like replicate or scale or improve upon, right? So crime prevention efforts can be focused on the most troublesome facilities. And so that's really useful from like prioritizing a limited resources situation. I see a few, so one student said, knowing all this info, I feel as though we've been taught outdated content in our environmental studies. We were never taught about this in our student life when it was in graduation. I'm a master's student in zoology, yet this content is new to me. I'm so glad that we're having this conversation now, though better late than never, right? I'm a chronic optimist, so let's just say that. But yeah, I mean, I also think that, you know, you have a master's degree in zoology. That's amazing. So maybe what you can do in the future is collaborate with social scientists or collaborate with criminologists or even like computer scientists who are thinking about some of these things, because that kind of interdisciplinary thinking can be really strong. So you can result in strong outcomes. So you can bring your like amazing expertise in zoology, Rashmita, and then you can collaborate with like a criminologist. And so, on the other hand, yes, I think that, right, so I'm a teacher and I think that, yes, there's more we can do in the classroom to help students think about that kind of issue. I just want to make sure, do I have until, should I be wrapping up now, or I had an hour and a half, right?
Yeah, I think we have a 20, 30 minutes more.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I was going to keep talking because, you know, I can do that.
Well, actually, you're taking the questions as you go, so I think you can stretch it for a bit.
Okay, so I'll just keep going, keep talking keep chatting, please. So I think risky facilities are interesting. So you can think about where the type of facilities and then the crime conservation or the crime concentration. One of the things we've been doing in Mexico, going back to this presentation, one of the things that we've been doing in Mexico, so this is illegal sea cucumber fishing. And I've intentionally blurred the town because there's organized crime involved, and we need to protect ourselves. But what's been really interesting here is you can start to think about places, and the places that are like high, medium, and low risk for crime, right? And so this is the water and this is the land, and you're talking about illegal sea cucumber fishing. Okay, well, so sea cucumber is great. We all know they're found in the water. So does that mean that all of your like efforts should be focused in the water? No, right? There's a lot of land involved in this activity, right? Remember the stages of the crime or the acts of the play, right? Like some of this happens on land, like before and after you're fishing on the water, you're on land. And so what's really interesting to think is the marina and the local fishers. So this was from participatory mapping methods. They identified the marina as being a really important corruption spot where corrupt officials were essentially enabling the process, the activities associated with illegal sea cucumber fishing. And you could also see that there were some high risk rated bodegas, and there were also some comfort spaces that were involved. Now, risky facilities tends to focus at really high risk places. This is a different approach where we were also like, where do offenders go when they're not offending? And what we found is that there was housing for non-locals. This was like Airbnb or VRBO. You must have you guys have Airbnb where you are, right? Or something? VRBO, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we have Airbnbs everywhere.
So the Airbnb, right? So Airbnbs were really interesting because in this town, all the women were running the Airbnbs. So it was like a great opportunity for women to be like extra money, like adding up, like adding on an extra room to their house and having a little bit of like a restaurant business and doing an excellent way to kind of capitalize on new people coming in and out of town. So the women weren't doing anything wrong, and the offenders were just like hanging out at home at their Airbnb while they weren't offending. So that's actually like a great place to go and talk to somebody or try to intervene either through communication or education or something like that. So this situation really helped us to identify not only the risky facilities, but the facilities that were like comfort spaces. And that can be a really exciting way to engage in crime prevention in a safe way. Because again, there's organized crime involved here. And so you need to be really careful. You need to be really careful there. Yes, I am so excited to talk to all of you. I will put my email in the comment box. So I was just asked for my email. So here's my email. Please contact me at any time. I can definitely try to talk to you about career opportunities. And I think also that probably we can engage with, I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's name, but Palumi can probably really help us with understanding more educational certification programs through the university. And I know a couple of names and faces on the crowd. So maybe we can do some like networking or something. I'll leave a couple minutes at the end and we can do some like networking or like group chatting. And then also, so Shankar mentioned that conservation issues can be only addressed through a collaboration from experts from various disciplines. Conservation biologists have started to recognize the importance of conservation social science slowly, and criminologists certainly have much to contribute. I agree. And I would just like to say that I really appreciate the questions that you all are asking, because what it demonstrates to me is that you're comfortable asking questions. And it's only through these kind of interactions that we build a community and we trust each other. You have to be like, when I collaborate with like operations engineers, I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I'm a smart person. I have no idea what you're talking about. You have to explain it to me. And they're like, oh, I forgot, Meredith, you have no idea. And then this one day I was working with a computer scientist and he kept modeling hippos in a desert. And I was like, Ben, hippos only live in water. And he was like, well, why didn't you tell me? And I was like, I didn't know that you didn't know. So like, we need to have these conversations and create safe spaces to ask questions, because I might think that it's a silly question, but my gosh, if Ben continued to model all those hippos in the desert, like, could you imagine? Like, the model was totally wrong. And then once he just switched this one variable, the thing was great. So I think that I think there's a lot of really interesting things that can come out of collaboration. So yes, let's collaborate. And I would just encourage you also to think about, like, environmental lawyers and computer scientists and operations engineers and geographers. There's really smart people working on like these environmental crime issues. And if there were like easy answers, I think they would have figured it out already. And so I think it's really important that we start to collaborate more. So that's what I can do, right? I can my little contribution is to, like, let's just ask questions and try to answer them and see how much farther we can take the conversation and how much clearer we can see the space. So one tool that I love is called a crime script. And so this offers like a framework to provide an account of the choices and decisions made by offenders, like before, during, and after the commission of a crime. And this offers like a step-by-step analysis to identify every stage of the crime commission process. And it also offers intervention points to maximize the potential effectiveness of situational crime prevention. Now, I have a paper on this that I think is Vietnam. I think has, it's open access. And if it's not, then I'll send it to you. But what we did here is we used crime script analysis to understand wildlife poaching in Vietnam. And what's cool about this one is that we actually have a crime script, I think. Oh, I think it's in the supplementary material. Can I go to the end? What we did is we have these hold your eyes, everybody. Sorry. So the stages of the crime commission process, here it is. So it has 9 stages, right? And so these are these blue boxes, okay? The preparation, entering the protected area, staying in the protected area, laying snares, exiting the protected area, preparing the return pickup, checking the snare, exiting, eating. This is like a recipe, right? So it's like my mom makes the best cookies. And it's like, Mom, how do you make those cookies? And she's like, you put all the ingredients in the bowl, you mix it, and you bake it. Meredith, right? And it's like, no, like, what's the order of operations? What's the volume? How long do you bake it? What's the temperature? I need details. So this offers the details. Crime scripts offer details. And so what we did with this crime script is we compared snare poaching for 3 different types of hunters, snare hunters, poachers. And so we looked at the difference between subsistence hunters, which is this black text, professional hunters, which is blue, inside professional hunters, like local people. Oh, there's a typo, I hate that. And then outside professional hunters. And so you can see there's some similarities and some differences. And so I'll just put this link in the chat box in case anybody wants it. It should be open access, but if for some reason you can't get it, I can share it with you. But what's really cool about crime scripting is that it offers you this opportunity to find pinch points. And so, like, where in the process should you be investing your time? And I think that's really exciting. And you can also look at crime scripts from different perspectives. So, when you think about like an awful type of crime, like a homicide, like a failed homicide or like a homicide attempt, you know, what does the victim say and what does the perpetrator say? And what is the different story? You know, you may have a rhino that has a professional guard, like a private guard, and then there's a poacher. And so like, what are their perspectives? And I think that you can interrupt the script. The idea is to like interrupt the sequence of events, right? And then you can also encourage people to facilitate the crime, like facilitate the end of the crime scripts. I want to make sure that I have a chance to speak about this idea of deterrence because I think it's really important. Deterrence is this idea, and deterrence says that it's like preventing, you know, if the deterrence process works as an information mechanism, which attempts to inform a potential offender that if you commit this criminal act, the probability of detection is high. Once the detected probability of being caught, you're going to be punished, and the punishment is going to be severe, right? So detection, punishment, and severity. So these three ingredients. And the idea is that individuals choose to commit a crime when the apparent benefits outweigh the perceived costs. And so we're assuming that people are logical. And so this is a good time for me to use an example. I love donuts and I shouldn't eat them. They're not nutritious. And I know that the costs of me eating a donut outweigh the benefits, and I do it anyway. So I'm violating logic right there, right? I'm not being rational. I love donuts. If you put one in front of me, I'm still talking about it. I know they're not nutritious, and I'm still going to eat it because I love donuts. I love the way they taste, etc. So we think that people act rationally all the time, and they don't. So conceptualizing deterrence is something that we need to work a lot more on because we don't really understand it that well. But we think this idea of like the benefit, the punishment, and different scenarios and likelihoods and how that's going to influence people. And really, what we see is that people are often not deterred from engaging in environmental crime. Deterrence doesn't really. Does it work? How does it work? When does it work? And I think that you can have like general deterrence where like society is deterred or specific deterrence. And we just don't really know. And so I think that those types of situations are really worth exploring more. I want to make sure that we have time for face-to-face questions. So I want to just introduce this one last slide. And this is called the 25 techniques of situational crime prevention. And so these are 25 tools that you can implement in your protected area, in your neighborhood, at your house, at your office, at your church or temple, wherever. And the idea here is that you prevent crime by increasing the effort of engaging in crime, increasing the risks, reducing the rewards, reducing provocations, and removing excuses. And so when I work with local communities on this for, say, illegal logging, what I do is I go in and I teach them all the 25 techniques, and then I give them a blank matrix. And I say, now you tell me, what does it look like to set rules in this protected area or for this conservation area? And then what does, which of these variables are completely irrelevant? So I do some work in Indonesia, and in Indonesia, it's very taboo to drink alcohol because of religion. And so I don't really need to be dealing with controlling alcohol in Indonesia. It's not a technique that's really relevant. So sometimes you just put an X through it and you say, this technique isn't really relevant. But these 25 techniques are great tools because you may find that this is an opportunity for partnerships. Like, oh, Meredith, you're doing all this work in the green column, but I have a friend who's doing all this work in the yellow column. So why don't we just work together and coordinate our efforts? Yeah. Or wow, the blue column, we need more money. We need more resources. We need to write a grant to actually be able to close the streets or use, keypads to get into our offices or something like that. So this idea of situational crime prevention, I think, offers a lot of strategies and tactics. It's not perfect, but it offers a lot. So I'll share my presentation. I'll close out by sharing this isn't really that easy to read, is it? I'll make the font darker. this is my contact information. Feel free to email me. I'm very happy to share my publications or whatever with you. And I just want to say, thanks for the opportunity to visit with you all today. It's been hard, I imagine, to sit still for 3 hours. Thanks for doing that. And I guess I'll try to go through some of the questions some more if that's okay, or if people want to ask questions, that's fine too.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was very informative, and you're very interesting. I can't imagine what it's like to be in your class. You engage your students so well. This was really great, and it kind of sort of bridged the gap between social science and criminological theory, essentially, and connected it to practice and field work. We do have some questions. I mean, you've answered most of them, but I think towards the end we have some questions. Could we start with the one where somebody asked you for suggestions on how to diversify their educational experience more towards this field? Since you work with so many experts, could you give some idea?
Sure. So I think that I try to just do like informational meetings, right? At coffee or cocktails or tea. And honestly, like Zoom enables a lot of that now in ways that, I mean, I'm an extrovert. I like human to human contact, but I understand that we all can't have that all the time. So I try to expose myself a lot to sort of other ways of thinking. And I also think that I always try to find the gaps, right? And so like have you ever met someone and you're like, what's your favorite food? What's your favorite movie? What's your favorite color? And then I like to say, like, what food do you hate? Like, what's your worst color? And so I think that this idea of like looking on the underside of the coin or both sides of the coin, I think is really useful. And so I like to look at the gaps. I like to look at the edges. And then I like to say, oh, wow, there's this conservation problem right there. And wow, it's just this huge gap. And what would actually help to fill this gap, as opposed to like, what else can I be using? So some of that is like, you can do that in the classroom by taking a class that's far outside your area of expertise and taking a chance, like being willing to fail, right? And so going up to your instructor and saying, hi, I am not from this. I really want to be here. I want to learn. And so I'm going to kind of trip over my feet a little bit, but just want to let you know I'm here and I'm humble and I'm doing the best I can. And then I think serving on teams, I think that doing your best to listen to people who have different perspectives can be really useful. And sometimes those teams should be sought out and sometimes they can be naturally occurring.
Yeah, that is very important, because especially with conservation, it's so much trans-jurisdictional work involved. So
yes.
Definitely working with teams is important.
And even sometimes it's conservation teams within conservation. So scientists and a government authority, or scientists and a law enforcement authority, or a natural scientist and a social scientist, right? We don't need to be super, super different, but we can be.
There's a question from Siddharth about the dynamics of the government and the organized crime sector in Vietnam, keeping in view the illegal crocodile leather trade and exotic animal consumption.
That's really interesting. So most of my, actually all of my crocodile work has been in Central Africa. What I can say is that for some species, I think crocodiles and alligators can be farmed sustainably, and then it becomes an issue of like animal welfare as opposed to like offtake of wild species. I think that this is a place for scientists to make a contribution to decision making, like trying to help understand what sustainable take would look like could be really useful. I also, though, this idea of government and organized crime and being corruption, organized crime. So crime can be organized, right? Or it can be organized crime. a lot of the times in wildlife, we see crime that is organized, right? So you might see a pangolin seizure and all of the pangolin's scales are in the same brand of bag, right? So that's organized. Somebody went shopping and bought 800 bags at the store or like ordered them, whatever. That's organized, right? That's crime that's organized. Organized crime, though, is a series of tactics, techniques, terror, and state capture, right? So the dynamics there are very interesting. And so I can't speak that much more to it. What I know a lot about in Vietnam is like protected areas and poaching, but I would encourage you to try to look into that more. And I'm sorry, I can't give you more detail on that.
If I may suggest, because I work on cultural properties, and some of the routes that are followed, especially because Vietnam is so rich with trafficking cultural goods, which is, you know, very ancient idols and, you know, temple work. The routes are generally common for these kind of trafficking, and sometimes the organizations that or the groups of people who work, even at the ground level, as well as, you know, the bigger mafias and teams that work on this, are mostly the same. So that could be something that you would have to look at. Cultural politics combined with how it works with environmental crimes. In Southeast Asia, that is very linked, definitely. So. And I think we'll take the last question for today, which is from Harsha. It's kind of a broad question, but if you can answer to whatever extent it goes. According to the Red Data book reports, still a lot of fauna are with the least concern status, and we see poaching for meat purposes by the locals. How do you stop these indigenous destructive activities, and is there action against such acts still active?
Yeah, so that's a really important point. And so there's a lot of things to unpack here. First is that a lot of the Red Book data is outdated, right? So the Red Book does offer, you know, like the last date, you know, the date that this was updated. And so a lot of the times, like, I'm like, oh dear, can we update this, please? So science has something to contribute there, like taxonomists and just population ecologists. So please go there. So there's also this idea, though, that, you know, there's still species of least concern that are being moved. I think that the pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic, has brought new situational awareness to the linkages between animals and people. And so, you know, without pointing fingers, just thinking about zoonotic diseases, right? And so awareness of handling meat and moving meat and how when you illegally traffic meat, you're taking meat outside of its regular monitoring system, right? And are all the laws perfect? No, but we do have laws. And so, you know, it is to protect, a lot of the times it's like a food safety issue. And I think that there can be what we call unintended consequences. So one of the things that we saw in Congo was that a lot of the ports, like bus ports, started to have refrigerator rooms. This is great for food safety, you know, like it decreases bacteria, all this stuff. But then some of the freezer rooms started to be used for illegal meat, right? And so, you know, you sometimes have development organizations that are coming in to promote food safety, and it enables the illegal activities like underneath it all. And so it's this idea of the legal or the illegal exploiting the legal. And this is something that is really problematic when it comes to poaching for meat species. And so is the action such as these acts still, so how do you stop these activities? I tend to not look at like things in a binary way, because I think it'll never be stopped. I think we should just try to reduce it to as low as reasonably possible and like lower the risk, right? So we want to decrease risk to endangered species. We want to decrease the risk to people. We want to promote food security. And it also depends on what lens you look at. You know, I was talking to my friend who studies forests and global climate change, and he's like, Meredith, what are you telling me, that I should just cut down all the forests so that you can raise beef, and then beef should replace like wild meat? Like, what's the trade-off, right? So these are hard conversations that I think that interdisciplinary teams can have. And so if we're going to start to think about updating the Red Book, updating, trade guidance, and updating these types of guidance documents to promote sustainable development and biodiversity conservation, can we please think about some of these different dimensions? Like, what does wild meat do for local people's food security, cultural traditions? What are the impacts on gender? What are the impacts on religion, culture? All those things I think are part of the conversation. We have much room for growth, I think.
Definitely. Thank you. That was very informative. We've kept you talking non-stop for so long. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm happy to be here.
We were happy to have you as well. Thank you so much for engaging with our audience, and thank you everyone who stayed back for engaging with us and for staying on so late. You have a good morning. I guess it's still early morning for you. It's 8 o'clock for us in the evening. So for everyone else who's on this side of the world, have a good evening, and thank you for joining us. I've shared the link for tomorrow's sessions. Meredith, if you are free, you're most welcome to join us there as well. We're going to have 2 very fantastic speakers. And for those who have not been able to spot it, it's the same link as today. So just click on the one in your email box and you should be joining us in the same forum tomorrow. Thank you. Special thank you to all our speakers, and especially to Ullas from our team at JIBS. This is his baby. This is his event. He is the conservation specialist here. So he's done a brilliant work of bringing this together. So congratulations, Ullas. We don't meet at office. We don't go to office anymore. So this is the way I say. That's a brilliant discussion. Thank you for bringing such great speakers to us. And we look forward to all of you joining us tomorrow. Thank you. And we'll leave the session now. Thanks, Meredith.